divisions do still exist. So may the hate we resist allow our hearts to persist. We love you, Brooklyn. Till next time.
Thank you for that amazing outro. I'm just going to tune very quickly. So I have one more song for you guys. I want to dedicate this song to my good friend Allie, who's no longer with us, that I wrote this song with. I hope you can feel her spirit in this tune. I don't blame you, 'cause no one really wants to be alone. Oh no, I don't blame you. Nobody wants a table just for one. Oh, it's love by definition. It's love with conditions, or something like it. So we keep trying. It's almost what I wanted. It's almost something great. And if I close my eyes, it's almost perfect. Almost, almost. You almost make me happy. You almost make my day. You almost really wish that you were worth it. Almost, almost. 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 I'm a liar. I look at you and say, I want you to. I'm a liar. It's easy to pretend that it is true. True. It's love by definition. It's love with conditions. And you don't know, 'cause I won't show that it's almost what I wanted. It's almost something great. And if I close my eyes, it's almost perfect. Almost, almost. You almost make me happy. You almost make my day. I almost really wish that you were worth it. Almost, almost. Almost. y'all.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
A space to be means
now let's hear you talk like pirates. Let's hear you say, "Yar." Adiyar, that's extra credit. All right, not bad. Let's hear you say, "Ay."
You like after school?
Yes. Yes.
What about music class? Do you like music class?
Yes. Yes.
What I think is so wonderful about Extreme Kids is every family gets something different out of our programs.
When I started speaking with parents, I just felt like, you know, it's okay to cry. It's okay to be excited about things that people take for granted. And I was able to speak about some of those things.
So, I'm feeling great about Extreme Kids because they teach me a lot of things, and I play Roblox and I learn something new.
There were over 900 families that entered the shelter system from East New York and Brownsville alone, and that's the shame. The rental units are being priced out. People in East New York can't afford these rental units, and they're going into the shelter system. We are, like I said, in a housing crisis, and we have all these vacant lots in East New York that are not being utilized, that are underutilized.
If we look at this lot right behind us here, this is an HPD lot, right? And it's being used for parking. Parking for the police. Why? Why should they have parking in a community that is suffering from homelessness, right? And being displaced at an astronomical rate? People can't even afford to live in the community anymore, and they're being priced out of the entire city.
So policing does not equal safety. We know that. We know that. We've seen so many police-involved incidents go left really fast.
The 75th Precinct in East New York has a long tradition of abuse, corruption, of malengagement with the civilians and residents of East New York.
Why is NYPD taking up public parking? Is being blocked by NYPD. How is my brother supposed to get onto the bus?
So we did a database and we found out that there are over 145 NYPD lots throughout the city. Why should the NYPD, that has caused so much harm to our community, continue to take over and use our public land for free parking? We should be having these lands put into COTs so that we can build truly, not low income, but truly affordable homes for our Black and brown people.
This different sort of organization can really be beneficial because we are boots on the ground in the community. We have surveyed over 250 lots right here in East New York that are city-owned, which are vacant. Vacant.
We surveyed the lots. We set out to talk to the community to find out what it is that they wanted on these vacant lots. Yes, some of them wanted housing. Yes, some of them wanted commercial spacing. Yes, some of them wanted entrepreneurship, commercial space.
Community self-determination. It's different when you're being dictated to, being told, but it's something different when you sit with a body of people and decide what do you want to see.
How we, the East New York CLT, that's how we operate in Brooklyn and Brownsville. We go out and we speak to the community. Join our movement, the land justice movement. We need our land back, our community, our land, our decision.
Public land, public hands.
Soul to Souls offers social emotional learning, leadership development through peer-to-peer discussion groups, college and career preparation, and the creation of PSAs or issue-based films.
So, Jalen, I heard that you have a crush on someone.
Yeah, it's all over Insta.
So, what's the name, Jillian? Oh, it's not you, Omar.
Oh, I know. It's me.
Who said it was a boy?
Cashley, don't.
Don't what? Tell everyone you have a crush on Diana?
Hey, you two need to stop.
We call it issue-based filmmaking. What are the issues that are going on? What do we want to change and what do we want to make better? That's what Soul to Souls is about.
I walk through life completely alone and think that everyone is talking about how bad I look.
First, teaching students how to storytell. So once they discover that, they create what is important to them and they decide as a group of their topic.
Looking back though, I see that everyone has their own problems and they're not talking about me, but having their own conversations.
After that, we then start to teach the different aspects of filmmaking, producing, utilizing the camera, lighting, and all of that.
What I like most about Soul to Souls is filming, because I like to film and I like to play parts.
I love to write and I love to act and I like making plans before we even start acting.
Our kids are a powerful influence over each other. A part of Soul to Souls programming is teaching young people to do peer-to-peer discussion groups, which allow them to do what we're doing. We're utilizing movies, videos, things that are talking points of realistic situations that happen in the world and in their lives, and asking questions around what decisions you would make and why. We make young people and every participant that works with us know that they matter.
I believe that for most of the students in the New York City, there is a vast need for social and emotional support. I know that principals are looking at organizations to provide those support, but the support that I received from Soul to Soul, I believe is the ideal support for students and ideal support for the schools.
Working with Soul to Souls, I was like, oh, this is phenomenal. This is actually a great program. And we did a lot of critical thinking, writing exercises, looking at films, pretty much identifying with different themes that they were exposed to or not even exposed to for that matter. Because I realized that some of our kids only knew their 5-block radius or didn't see themselves outside of the certain box. So this gave them the opportunity to see themselves in a larger box, to step out of that and go into a deeper world.
I've learned to work with different people from different backgrounds, share ideas with them and everything.
You get to learn about making connections and through different people, but also having a fun time while doing it.
I have learned how to work with cameras and also to treat others with respect.
If you meet somebody new or different from you, you shouldn't treat them a different way.
From Soul to Soul, the students derived what I consider to be lifetime benefits. A lot of them are now out of school and are in profitable jobs and making very valuable contributions to society.
I was one of the members back in my high school days. We were learning a lot of skill building, especially around soft skills, which helped in just peer mentoring, being able to solve situations. Having reconnected with Soul to Soul recently, what I love most about it is seeing those skills play in daily life.
Soul to Soul taught me so many things like leadership, which I developed and incorporated in my lifestyle. I became an EMT, and it developed my mind in a way where I can teach people to be leaders, to not be followers, to do the right thing.
All we need to do is encourage young people, and that to let them know they have the power to not only help themselves, but to help their peers in developing. And that's why paying it forward and having that attitude is something that we stress in Soul to Souls, because it's not just about us, it's about how do we make this world and our community a better place.
Hello and welcome to Real Brooklyn, powered by BKReader.com. Real Brooklyn is a show that takes a closer look at the people who make up our ever-changing neighborhoods. In this episode, we go to Crown Heights to meet Malika Oyo. Malika is a top real estate broker and the founder of the House of Oyo, a unique brownstone mansion that is both a private residence and, as she describes it, a quiet event space.
What's up, everybody? It's Takala here for Real Brooklyn, here with Malika Oyo, here in the House of Oyo on the second floor deck. It's so beautiful out here. When you describe the House of Oyo to people, how do you describe it?
I describe it as a unique brownstone mansion that is meant as a home sharing space, and we do quiet events. People always say, "What's a quiet event?" One where people aren't jumping up and down, playing a bunch of music. It's bridal showers, it's board meetings, it's readings.
First of all, that lamp is a superstar. What's going on?
Oh yes, the giraffe lamp. So the giraffe lamp. So apparently, this lamp was in this club called Treehouse in the city, and when they went out of business, they auctioned off all of the lamps. I think there were 12 of them. Mm-hmm. Rumor has it Brad Pitt has one.
Really?
House of Oyo got two. Awesome. Hey! Awesome. In this room, this was an interesting piece. When we came through, this was a solid wall, right?
Really?
It was a wall, and it was an awesome, it was a dope room. And we're standing outside, just in the house, in front of the house, just talking. I'm looking up. I'm just like, did y'all see another window in that room? And we come back in, it was like, yo, there was a window behind the sheetrock. Man, we pulled that out, and it was like bling bling, so much sun.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah. We call this the landing, right? Mm-hmm. What else? I'm up the steps, get to the landing, you go to the next one, it's the landing. Yay!
Come on now.
Laundry. Right?
Bananas.
And so this is like the best laundry room ever. Come, let's sit and have a drink, you know? Oh, I just had these real posters from this guy over on, his name is Ronnie. He's like, everybody in Brooklyn uses Ronnie for real poster.
It's a beautiful bathroom.
Yeah.
This is a stylish bathroom. This is an IG bathroom. It's like...
I like the man's face. This was a bedroom, so I sometimes sit around daydreaming and coming up with ideas. And so I had this idea. So this wall had originally been red, and we were using it for set locations. And then I rented it, and the tenant painted the wall white. Can't have no simple white wall. So I was like, what am I gonna do with this wall? I gotta do something. Do I just put a big piece of art? You know I love art. And I was like, nah, man, the wall is the art. And so if you come in close, you can see all the different tapings. And you gotta get it right. And so what I've done is it's a black and white wall, an ode to, did I tell you I grew up in a zebra house?
No, you didn't tell me that.
No. Yeah, so I grew up on Bedford and St. Mark's, and my father painted our house black and white. And we were known as, you live in that zebra house?
Wow, crazy.
Quite embarrassing in elementary school to be talking about I live in a zebra house. And yet, we all loved that zebra house. And so, this is an ode to 1390 is what we call it. That was the address, 1390.
It was a beautiful space for a beautiful person.
Thank you.
And we're happy to be here. So that's us signing up from Real Brooklyn. Takala in the house. Malika Oyo. House of Oyo, Crown Heights. Come check it out.
At Girls on the Run, we inspire girls to be joyful, healthy, and confident using a fun, experience-based curriculum that incorporates running. Coaches lead small teams through the lessons to build social emotional skills and to move their bodies. Over the course of the 20-session program, girls in 3rd to 8th grade develop skills to help them navigate their worlds and gain an appreciation for health and fitness.
All right, so we can be a part of smaller communities like this team, not a huge group, or bigger communities like Violet was talking about, the whole city. During our workout today, we're going to do some brainstorming about communities that we are a part of. So, here's our poster. As usual, one of your coaches will be here at our start line, our corner here. As you find your laps, with a run buddy, I want you to talk and think about some of the communities that you're a part of. Ready, steady, go!
Social emotional learning is the foundation of our research-based curriculum. Lessons are 75 to 90 minutes and support girls in identifying and processing their emotions. We teach critical life skills like how to manage emotions, help others, make intentional decisions, and resolve conflict. By knowing that they are the leaders of their lives, these are the girls who will change the world.
And also, I like Girls on the Run because we get to learn about friendship and we learn about like star power and how to do nice things to other people and help the community.
I learned a lot about star power. It's the energy inside you that ignites when you're happy or excited.
A lesson, I think every season I'm reminded about how special, Girls on the Run is, and it's always nice to see the relationships that they build with each other. And so somebody that comes into the season that maybe feels a little quiet in the larger group can really shine at Girls on the Run because it's a safe space for them to feel like a place that they can be themselves and be accepted for that. So I think that's just an overall lesson of acceptance, and every year I'm reminded of that. So it's really lovely.
Girls on the Run is so much fun. Girls on the Run is number one.
My favorite lesson is that you can do and be anything at Girls on the Run. You make new friends, you learn how to work your body, and you get to be you. And Girls on the Run is like so accepting and like so cool, and like I'm glad that I'm actually joined it. So that's what I learned.
I'm so proud of you, and I know that this is your first walk and you're gonna have many, many more to come. Okay, keep it up.
Hotep community, this is Man Up Inc. We are a Brooklyn-based organization here to service the community. Due to COVID-19, we need you to help us help you. So wash your hands, wear your mask, and maintain your social distance. Practice these safety tips and remember, stay safe, stay home, and don't pass it on.
Hotep, I'm Brother Naquan from the Media and Arts Department.
Hotep, I'm Brother AZ from the Media and Arts Department and the Athletic Department. Hotep.
Yo, so this is the inaugural episode of the Man Up Inc.'s Hotep Television Podcast. This is our inaugural episode. We're going to get a lot better. You're going to see backdrops. We're going to have some special guests. We're going to have people calling in and all of that. But we just getting it started. So we just getting it running, right, eh?
Yeah. Hotep Television coming at y'all. You know what I'm saying? Getting into the deep topics. Stuff that people need to hear, not necessarily what you want to hear.
Yeah, so a little later on, we're going to be talking about, the shooting of Jake Blake and the civil unrest that followed. But we're going to start off talking about the social distance diplomats and the SD work that we've been doing with Man Up since starting like in early April when we've been combating this coronavirus and getting the information out to our people. Hotep, welcome back, yo. You seen that? We just showed y'all the little clip and about the social distancing work on what we've been doing since like since April, actually. When people were still scared to come out in the street and all of that, and everybody was scared of their own family members coming over, we was already out here doing the work. What you think about the clip?
Yeah, we were definitely, piggybacking on what you just said, we were definitely out there really, really early. Definitely definition of front line, first line. About the social distance work for me, I appreciate being a part of it. It's fulfilling. It's a fulfilling feeling, helping the community and helping give information about this virus that's really penetrated our community.
Yeah. And you, as you heard or saw in the video, like we trying to start this hashtag ICSD. You know what I mean? Because we need the people to acknowledge that we in the neighborhoods. They need to acknowledge that. Like if we giving out thousands and tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, then that means that we are directly having an effect on the spread. So the fact that the numbers is not going up and going crazy right now, we can honestly say that we did something to help perpetrate that scenario. So, but I already know that, we helping a lot of people. We doing a lot of things for the people in the neighborhood, and a lot of people, when we doing the social distancing work, like, you get different reactions from people. So, and the trainings, like the training we just had for the SD work, they was telling us about not taking things personal, because sometimes, like, you trying to give somebody a mask, or you just, trying to stop them while they moving, they automatically think you're trying to solicit them. They think you're trying to sell something to them or whatever. So sometimes they just be automatically rude to you, not even knowing that, I'm trying to give you something for free to help you and help your family. So we get a wide range of responses from F you to God bless you. You know what I mean? So,
and that's also a New York City thing.
Yeah, like, everybody ain't gonna feel the same way. And then sometimes, we actually get into conversations with people that want to say, like, the COVID thing is not real. Like, they want to say it's not real. They want to say it's a hoax. They want to, but that's because it ain't affect them personally. But see, working in this organization, we know people who have caught it personally. We know people who have died personally. So we know that it's actually real. But just like with anything else, the fact that we don't have that abundance of resources, we don't control a lot of our hospitals and all of that stuff, we can't control how it affects our community once they get in there, right? Like, so once they in the hospital and then something happens, like, you know, we don't really know about that process, but we know that we are dying faster than everybody else. And we could directly correlate that to, you know, our people not having resources, which we're trying to help with, but it's also got to do with, you know, how they being treated in these medical facilities. And that's going to be something that, you know, has to be handled like on a level that's higher than us. Like, you know, Brother AT and them, you know what I'm saying? Brother Charles and them, they like to rush the Capitol and you know, yell at the lawmakers. That's what they on. So we gonna play the ground, they gonna play that part, right?
And also, the important part of this work is the communication. You can't learn and succeed at anything without communication. And we're on the front line communicating with these people, spreading the information, giving them the information, which is literally more important probably than giving them a mask, because if they don't know, I mean, for example, what you just said, some people would be like, yo, it's not real. But at the same time, my response would be, still take the precaution, because you're being selfish. You know what I mean? You still may spread it. Even though your belief, your individual belief, you still share the earth with 8 billion people. So, you know what I mean? Just be a little mindful and don't let your conspiracy theories really get out of whack. You know what I'm saying? It's understandable because there's a lot of information coming our way, but we can't be selfish. We got to look out for our fellow man.
For more info or to support Man Up Inc., please go to manupinc.org. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impacts individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
This is the Bronx Baptist Church. I'm Reverend Frank Williams, and I serve as the lead pastor here. The church was founded in 1964 as a chapel or a mission of Evergreen Baptist Church. They commissioned and sent Reverend Dr. Samuel G. Simpson and his wife Lola Simpson to the Bronx to start this work. The ministry has seen the Bronx through some of the most challenging times, including the burning of the Bronx in the 1970s, where so many of these buildings in the neighborhoods were burnt out and abandoned. Dr. Simpson, along with several other pastors, founded organizations that would revitalize communities. In the area of health in particular, our medical ministry here at the church continues to provide blood sugar screenings, blood pressure screenings. The church has operated a soup kitchen and a food pantry program. This program began sometime in the 1980s, and since then we have been providing food packages for members of the community. And this is done through our women's ministry, but it involves the men, it involves our youth who participate in packaging the products and distributing it to the members of this community. The church has been involved in the area of community education for many years. We've also had our mental health training that we've done more recently. We've also had sessions in the area of parenting. It involved parents within the church community, parents who are residents of this community, and also parents whose children attend the daycare. We've had seminars, we've talked about immigration, we've talked about financial wellness. So from our food distribution that's been going on for many years, to the housing that we've been involved with, to more recently some of our education programs, I've seen ongoing impact of this ministry and its work in the community. The daycare center, which continues to thrive today, And it was founded really for the direct purposes of impacting that upcoming generations to stem trends like high school dropouts or the low reading rates among Black and brown peoples in the community.
The work that we do here at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is extremely important, not only to the community, but to society as a whole. We believe that it's easier to build a strong person than it is to fix a broken one. We take our job of building children's foundations very seriously, and that includes not only building the foundation of the child, but the foundation of the family as well.
My experience at the daycare has been great. The staff is very caring. I feel like they treat my son as if he is their own child. It is a really good environment for a young child. I've seen his development since he's been at the daycare. He's really happy, and if he's happy, then I'm happy.
We believe in teaching the whole child, not just academics. We focus on social emotional health, physical health, mental health.
In the area of health in particular, I've seen initiatives like our Eat Well, Play Hard initiative really help families to better manage the overall health choices that they make for their children and for themselves.
Through that initiative, had cooking classes for the parents, teaching them how to cook healthy foods on a budget. The number one way that we support health equity at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is through the provision of information to the parents. We provide them with information about immunizations, developmental milestones. Another way we promote health equity is through teaching diversity and inclusivity. It's very important that the children learn that there are people that are different from themselves, and that doesn't mean that it's a negative thing. And so that's something that we really stress here at Bronx Baptist, is not only pride for our own culture, but respect for the cultures and ethnicities of other people. There are a lot of resources in this community that are not being utilized due to lack of knowledge. So by providing the parents with those resources is one way that we help to support the foundation of family, which in turn supports the foundation of the child.
Everyone has a gender identity and a sexual orientation, but these are not the same thing. When we're born, parents, the doctor, society at large will categorize you as either male or female based on the parts that you have. But that's not the same thing as your gender identity. Your gender identity is what lives in your mind and in your heart. It's how you see yourself. And all of those things are also different than your sexuality. You might think of your gender as who you go to bed as, and your sexuality as who you go to bed with.
You can never tell who is transgender, gender nonconforming, or non-binary in the room that you're in. Gender expansiveness and fluidity helps everyone, including cisgender people, because the gender binary and the rigid gender roles it produces is a primary reason for gender-based discrimination and violence.
Often when trans and non-binary individuals come out, they may change their name or their pronouns. And the best way to show support is to simply ask them what terms feel most affirming for them. In that way, you can show your support and show them that you do care about affirming their new identity and who they are.
What's really important in this stage of the process is that we are supported by our friends, family, or even a support group. Because in the year 2020, even though transgender and gender expansive people are very visible, we are not protected and we are not included in the conversation of what we actually need.
What does acceptance for trans and non-binary individuals look like? It can take so many different forms. Acceptance is fighting injustice at every turn. Acceptance is fighting housing discrimination, unemployment, poverty, and other issues that trans adults might be facing. Acceptance is supporting trans youth in schools by creating inclusive and welcoming environments. Acceptance is creating community resources that is accessible to all trans and non-binary individuals.
Acceptance looks like protecting transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary people. One such example is including pronouns in your introductions. If introductions start and pronouns are not being used, a cisgender ally can step in and request that they be used so no assumptions are made.
Many trans and non-binary individuals will attempt to come out at some point in their lives, and this takes so much bravery and resiliency. But unfortunately, often they are faced with rejection from their peers, family, coworkers, and other environments. And so the best way that we can show our support for the trans and non-binary community is by allowing them space to be free, to be themselves, to develop their identities, and to build community together.
Ultimately, it comes down to the practice of believing people when they say who they are. Transgender and gender nonconforming and gender expansive people, when given acceptance and when they're valued in their communities, can go on to have healthy and fulfilling lives. Acceptance is protection.
Welcome to the Family Acceptance Podcast, where we will hear the voices of caregivers who accept and celebrate their transgender and non-binary children, as well as the professionals who help them to get there. My name is Jane Renner, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. The Gender and Family Project is a program of the Ackerman Institute for the Family in New York City. The mission of the Gender and Family Project, or GFP for short, is to empower youth and their families with gender-inclusive and affirming direct services, training, and research. GFP began a decade ago as a support group for parents and caregivers of transgender and gender-expansive youth. I was a parent in that first support group. So I'm joined today by Alexis Diaz. Alexis is the Gender and Family Project's Director of Services. Hi, Alexis. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hey, Jane. My name is Alexis Diaz. I use they and she pronouns, and I'm the Director of Services for the Gender and Family Project.
Back in 2010, when GFP first started, the conversation around trans youth was really just beginning. I can say that as a parent, I understood on some gut level that my child was transgender, but I had no idea what that meant, and it overwhelmed me. I really felt like my world was falling apart. I met Jean Malpas in 2008. Back then, he had started a support group for parents with kids who were transgender or questioning their gender. It changed everything for me. I went to a support group for parents of transgender children and met other people going through the same thing. It really normalized the experience for me and showed me that there could be a path forward. 2 years later, this group grew to become the Gender and Family Project. Today, we are going to hear excerpts from a group for parents of trans kids led by Jean Malpas. The voices you will hear are of 3 GFP parents, with occasional brief comments from Jean. Then, Alexis is going to guide us through what we've heard.
We went from a place of isolation where we knew no one that was going through this experience to being in a place where we had full support. So I don't know what I would do if I didn't have that support. We have members of our family that are at different levels of acceptance, and I have been able to come into a safe place to talk about that. Some people have identified with that struggle. Other people maybe not, because some people have awesome family members and nobody's, reluctant, but a lot of people do experience some resistance and some struggles with their family members. And here I can talk about that without the fear of someone judging or feeling awkward about it. I can talk about it openly.
I guess we've known her for a year and a half. She told us. So we were here last Friday, and she definitely, I hope she can find some community in the kids here. She really, she
came out of the group smiling. And so,
that's good.
Yeah, I'm a crier. And, it had a rough road, and I think just being able to be among other people who understand what you've been through or what you're going through it's invaluable. So we are going to be here more.
And she was not just smiling on Friday, she was like fierce.
This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
I think the thing that Venture House does for me the most is it's enabled me to explore myself, explore what I can do, and have a community to share my work with.
Oh yeah, definitely. And
yeah,
I guess that would probably go into how Venture House kind of helps you with your personal and professional goals. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be happy to repeat it if you want me to.
No, that's okay, unless you want to. But is there any other way that Venture House helps you with your personal goals, or the community is definitely a huge thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, with my goals, yes, of course, it's done a lot from me to, first of all, like for instance, before I became a member at Venture House, I did not say to myself, okay, I should strive to become a filmmaker. It's becoming a member of Venture House sort of encouraged me to explore what I'm capable of, what my strengths are, and how I should strive to improve on my strengths. Because when I first became a member of Venture House, one of the first things that I noticed is there's a lot of people at Venture House getting into creative endeavors, or they might do something creative as a hobby. And one thing that really impressed me was the paintings around the building, the artwork, also some of the videos that were put out by BRIC TV. So it really encouraged me to explore who I am, as what my goals are, and I quickly established that my goal was to tell stories visually.
Awesome. Definitely. From what I've seen of some of your work, you've become very, very good at that too.
What am I doing? What am I coming here for? I don't want to just sit around no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be productive and I want to help out.
Yeah, and I think you definitely emphasized. Also, thank you for the pitch to the E&E unit. Come join the E&E unit, everyone.
Oh yeah, well, I ask you too, but I mean, I'm just saying that's what it is. Like, that's why I say, all right, man, I can't wait till it opens again. But even without, like, the ideas to come up with all this stuff is good, man. It's motivational, to be honest. It's good that somebody somewhere is listening, trying to, maybe even get motivated that they want to do one. But, it's fun. It's fun. It really is. The Clubhouse is fun. I'm not the longest attended member, but I'll tell you this much. There's not nobody that come to Venture House more than me since I've been there. I come 6 days a week, just about.
Yep, he does. I know I come in every day and I'm like, oh, hey, Wade, good morning.
I'm always there. Like, I live 4 blocks away. I could walk home from Rich House if I really wanted to. But, I like to go there. I like to, and now I realize even more because I did a lot of times sit around. But, I try to get in the huddles and, show that the workers as well as the other members that, we got to support each other.
Yeah.
So sitting in those meetings, having that positive attitude, wanting to apply yourself more, that's the whole defining moment of this whole podcast, to tell you the truth, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you really emphasized like a key point, being in the meetings and doing all this stuff. It's, we really can't do it without each other as well.
Somewhere in the world, somebody needs to hear it because they could possibly be going through the same thing themselves, but we don't know because we don't do things like this. And as these things go on, everybody will eventually tell their story pertaining to who they are. So more than learning anything new, you get to understand the person more. And you get a better idea of who they are as a person. So it's not like I'm going to tell you something so historical on this podcast that you might not already know. But it'll help you better understand me moving forward.
That's all we aim to do with these podcasts. And I'm glad that you even said that because that's really the goal. And you're doing a great job of proving that, I never met you before in person, but even these 20 minutes that we've been talking, I learned a lot about you so far. I know some of your inspirations. I know how you feel. I've just learned a lot, and I admire what you've been able to share so far and the growth that you've been able to reflect on. I admire that about you. So,
for more information on Venture House, you can go to venturehouse.org or call us at 718-658-7201. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
Close your eyes. Stand up straight. Relax your shoulders. Relax your belly. Let your body do what it does naturally. Breathe.
Let's do it.
And we're gonna just drop, bam.
We're going to start with a point and a flex and a point and a flex.
welcome to We Have to Care. Thank you again for joining us. This is our third month. Please practice social distancing. Please make sure that you are apart from each other. Please be patient. No rushing. Keep your mask on, please. We Have to Care is an initiative that by our board chair, Ms. Celia, and myself, with the regular general membership and the president, had put together. We know that there's a need in our community, and we got together. We decided to start this initiative about early May. We've been doing this every Wednesday. We've been feeding approximately 300 to 400 people every Wednesday. And you can see that, there are senior citizens within the community, single moms, single families. It's amazing to be able to provide a hot meal.
Everybody should care about what goes on in your community. We have the census going on. We've got elections coming up. We've got a lot of things on that is on the line for our community, Black and brown communities. And it's important for us to be all hands on deck when it comes to those decisions. What happens to our legislation, what happens to our education, what happens to our community, what happens to our programs. Because we have to be able to foster and encourage our youth to be able to be productive citizens and learn from our example. And since May, we have fed completely over 4,500 people in our community from Crown Heights, East Flatbush, mainly senior citizens and those who are inbound, delivering food to them, hot food, resources, and other items that they need, PPE, to be able to secure themselves while staying in at home. And with this COVID relief response, it allows you to still participate, get out of that self-isolation, help most people who are dealing with mental health and wellness issues to be able to uplift themselves and be able to participate as if they were out. That goes a long way as it relates to COVID relief.
We try our best to organize with everybody out here, print out flyers and go to each building and start giving out flyers so you know the anchor having something. So everybody will come and get what they're supposed to get. Some communities might do it, some might not do it. But we making sure the people we have will get.
So I always tell people I give for selfish reasons because it makes me feel good. And providing a hot meal is something that no one could really imagine. Some people will have it and some people don't, and you can never tell.
It's about love, and that's what we are. This year our theme is about bringing back the love. This is love, right? You have 15 to 20 volunteers that come out their house every Wednesday, taking a risk. We wear facial masks, we wear gloves, but they show their love and their passion, and they care about the seniors in our community. They care about the community itself. So we take our time, and we're very proud of that. It matters to me because it's the way I was raised. It's family. It's a family thing. My mom always said, you have a little share, and it's always be multiple. And I'm very blessed with that.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
I myself wish to reaffirm this with shame and unambiguously, humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against the indigenous peoples.
During an historic trip across Canada, Pope Francis apologizes for the abuse of Indigenous children removed from their homes and sent to church-run residential schools in Canada, where they face psychological, physical, and sexual abuse. More than 4,000 Indigenous children died. Unmarked graves are still being found. We go to Canada for the latest. Then to Burma, where the military junta has executed 4 men imprisoned for opposing last year's coup.
If the Burmese military regime, thinks that executing 4 Burmese activists will drive fear down the spines of the Burmese public, they are categorically mistaken. And there is a massive and popular call for stepping up resistance against this regime.
And we look at the Puerto Rico Status Act, a House bill that would allow residents of Puerto Rico to decide on the island's territorial status. We'll speak to the former San Juan mayor, Carmen Yulín Cruz.
Puerto Rico has been a colony of the United States since 1898. This Congress has introduced the Puerto Rico Status Act. The time for decolonization and self-determination is now.
All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Pope Francis has apologized for the abuse of Indigenous children who were separated from their families and sent to church-run residential schools in Canada, where they face psychological, physical, and sexual abuse. Pope Francis is on the apology tour since Monday in Musqueam, Alberta, the site of a former residential school.
I myself wish to reaffirm this with shame and unambiguously, humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against the Indigenous peoples.
The Pope's apology comes 7 years after Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission accused church-run residential schools of taking part in a form of cultural genocide. The commission also determined more than 4,000 Indigenous children died from neglect or abuse in residential schools from the late 19th century through the 1940s. Unmarked graves are still being found. We'll have the latest on the Pope's historic apology tour after headlines. In Tunisia, President Kais Saied has claimed victory in his bid to gain sweeping new powers after winning a constitutional referendum in an election boycotted by most opposition parties. And exit polls showed over 93% of votes cast were in favor of changing Tunisia's constitution to grant the president broad executive power with greater control over the parliament and judiciary. But turnout in Monday's election was very low, with fewer than 2 million people casting votes in a country of over 9 million registered voters. Opposition groups said Saied is bringing authoritarian rule back to Tunisia after an uprising against poverty and corruption swept aside longtime leader Ben Ali in 2011, inspiring Arab Spring protests across North Africa and the Middle East. In Ukraine, Russia's militaries fired missiles at several targets on the Black Sea coast, including in Mykolaiv and the southern port city of Odessa. The attacks came even as Ukrainian officials said they were just days away from implementing a United Nations brokered deal to export grain and cooking oil through Black Sea ports in order to help ease global food shortages. In the northern city of Chuhuiv, near Kharkiv, rescuers combed through rubble looking for survivors of Russian missile attacks Monday that hit a local school, crushed homes, and completely flattened the city's house of culture.
We're here in the very city center where the House of Culture is located. There were no soldiers here. It's simply the House of Culture. Now we see what's left of it. The house is completely in ruins. There is no chance of rebuilding it.
Russia's state-controlled energy giant has reduced the flow of gas through its main pipeline to Europe. Gazprom said Monday it would slash gas deliveries through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline to just 20% of normal operating capacity. That prompted the European Union to agree to a deal that grants Brussels the power to compel European Union members to slash gas consumption by up to 15%. On Monday, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky accused Russia of committing gas blackmail against Europe. In California, at least 3,000 people have been forced to evacuate the fast-moving Oak Fire near Yosemite National Park. As of this morning, the fire had burned nearly 17,000 acres and was just 10% contained. Smoke from the massive blaze triggered air quality alerts in the San Francisco Bay Area and other parts of the region. In the Pacific Northwest, forecasters are warning of a new heat wave that could push temperatures in some areas above 110 degrees Fahrenheit. This follows record heat a year ago blamed for the deaths of 800 people across Oregon, Washington State, and British Columbia. On Capitol Hill, 6 congressional staffers were arrested Monday as they held a nonviolent civil disobedience protest inside the office of Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The staffers are demanding Schumer reopen negotiations on a bill to combat the climate crisis after West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin blocked Democrats' latest efforts to pass new funding for green energy programs. This week, 165-plus federal and congressional staffers signed an open letter to President Biden and Chuck Schumer demanding they strip Senator Manchin of his chairmanship of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. They're also demanding President Biden declare a climate emergency and take other urgent actions to curb greenhouse gas emissions. The letter reads in part, quote, "Even if Democrats control both chambers and the White House again in 4 years, inaction in this moment will cause an era of record temperatures, extreme drought, sea level rise, and other deadly climate disasters. We do not have years to waste. We have little more than a week," they said. President Biden says he's feeling better after testing positive for COVID-19 and expects to be working in person by the end of the week. Biden gave the update as he continued to work by video link Monday.
I'm feeling good. My voice is still raspy. I've had every morning, every afternoon, every evening, I get a full-blown series of tests, everything from temperature to oxygen, the oxygen in my blood to my pulse to, just across the board. And so far, everything's good.
On Monday, Senators Lisa Murkowski of Alaska and Joe Manchin of West Virginia announced they, too, had tested positive for coronavirus. Democrats Tina Smith of Minnesota and Tom Carper of Delaware are also out of the Senate after testing positive last week. Their absences have left Democrats unable to move several pieces of legislation, including a bill protecting the right to marriage equality. This comes as cases of the BA.5 coronavirus variant continue to rise across the United States, with some cities, including Los Angeles and Seattle, considering reinstating indoor mask mandates. Meanwhile, the CDC is reporting the U.S. has surpassed Spain to become the country with the most known monkeypox infections since an outbreak of the viral disease began earlier this year. The U.S. has reported more than 3,400 confirmed or suspected cases. The White House is reportedly preparing to name a federal monkeypox coordinator in the coming days, while the World Health Organization has declared a global health emergency around monkeypox. The White House has yet to do this. The House Select Committee investigating the January 6th insurrection has revealed new details about how former President Trump resisted his speechwriter's attempts to have him condemn the assault on the Capitol. A draft speech prepared by White House staffers for the president to deliver January 7th shows Trump's edits in black marker. Trump crossed out the line, quote, "I am directing the Department of Justice to ensure all lawbreakers are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We must send a clear message, not with mercy, but with justice. Legal consequences must be swift and firm," unquote. Trump also crossed out the phrase, "I want to be very clear, you do not represent me. You do not represent our movement," unquote. Finally, Trump edited, "If you broke the law, you belong in jail," to instead read, "If you broke the law, you will pay," unquote. In reproductive rights news, dozens of incoming medical students at the University of Michigan walked out of their white coat induction ceremony Sunday protesting the keynote speaker, Dr. Kristen Collier, and her support for laws banning abortion. In related news, thousands of people rallied outside and inside the Indiana State House Monday as lawmakers began a special session to debate a Republican bill that would ban nearly all abortions. Indiana is the first state to hold a special session to consider abortion rights since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last month. This is obstetrician and abortion rights advocate Dr. Amy Caldwell.
My primary objective today in testifying is to relay that abortion is common, it is safe, and that all of the proposed restrictions in Senate Bill 1 are unnecessary and harmful. My colleagues are fearful to do their jobs, fearful of being criminalized, and fearful for criminalizing our patients.
And here in New York, a man who was forced to plead guilty to theft in connection with the Central Park jogger case has been exonerated. Stephen Lopez was just 15 years old when he was arrested and wrongfully accused of sexually assaulting a white woman, along with 5 other Black and Latinx teenagers who became known as the Central Park Five. At the time, Lopez, whose story is far less known than the rest of the group, pleaded guilty to robbery to avoid a more serious rape charge. Lopez is now 48. He served about 3 years in prison before his release in the early 1990s. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg announced Lopez's exoneration on Monday.
Many largely forgot that there were 6 who were falsely accused of rape of the Central Park jogger. Today, Mr. Lopez joined the other 5 who had their convictions vacated. What is so striking to me is how young Mr. Lopez was when both he was arrested and then when he pled guilty under extraordinary pressure.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, on his historic trip across Canada, Pope Francis is apologizing for the abuse of Indigenous children who were removed from their homes and sent to church-run residential schools where they face psychological, physical, and sexual abuse. Francis made the apology in Maskwacis, Alberta, the site of a former residential school.
Me encuentro entre ustedes.
I am here because the first step of my penitential pilgrimage among you is that of asking forgiveness, of telling you once more that I am deeply sorry for the ways in which, regrettably, many Christians supported the colonizing mentality of the powers that oppressed the indigenous peoples. I am sorry. I ask forgiveness, in particular for the ways in which many members of the church and of religious communities cooperated, not least through their indifference, in projects of cultural destruction and forced assimilation promoted by the governments of that time, which culminated in the system of residential schools. I myself wish to reaffirm this, with shame and unambiguously, humbly beg forgiveness for the evil committed by so many Christians against the indigenous peoples.
The Pope's apology comes 7 years after Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission accused the Catholic Church-run residential school as taking part in a form of cultural genocide. The commission determined more than 4,000 Indigenous children died from neglect or abuse in residential schools across Canada. Unmarked graves are still being found. The first residential schools opened in 1883. The last one closed in 1998. During that time, over 150,000 Indigenous children were sent away to rid them of their native cultures and languages and integrate them into mainstream Canadian society. This is Tony Alexis, chief of the Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation, speaking after the Pope's apology.
As soon as the apology started,
people were triggered immediately. You could see it in the audience. You could see it and you could hear it from different messages we were getting as we were sitting there, that it triggered an opening of a wound again. And this wound that has been opened again, we can't just leave it like that. We really have to take the steps to make sure that we help heal and recover our people.
And this is Evelyn Korkmaz, who spent 4 years at St. Anne's Indian Residential School in Fort Albany, Ontario. She now helps other survivors of residential schools deal with trauma.
It's been a very emotional day for me as a survivor. I had my ups and downs, my hurrays, my disappointments, my wanting more and not getting it. I've waited 50 years for this apology, and finally today I heard it. And unfortunately, a lot of my family members, friends, classmates, and members of my community that went to residential school were not able to hear it because they had passed on through suicide, alcohol addiction, suicide, sorry, said that, and other substance abuse or whatnot, because they could not endure or live with the trauma that they endured in these residential schools.
To talk more about the Pope's Apology Tour, his trip across Canada, we're joined by Pamela Palmater. She is Mi'kmaq lawyer, member of the Eel River Bar First Nation in New Brunswick, chair in Indigenous governance at Ryerson University, recently published an op-ed in the Toronto Star headlined, "Another Pope's Apology Isn't Enough When Catholic Church's Cover-Ups and Hypocrisy Continue to This Day." Welcome to Democracy Now!, Professor Pamela Palmater. Can you start off by responding to his apology tour, what he has said, what he hasn't said?
Well, it was pretty much what I feared, that it would be one of those very carefully worded apologies where the church itself, the organization, doesn't take responsibility for their policies and practices, the cover-ups, knowing that there was sex offenders all over the world, not dealing with the sex offenders, protecting them, and that in fact they themselves, the church itself, was the one responsible for all of the crimes that were committed by their Christian members because they issued the papal bull, which, you know, the doctrine of discovery, saying, you know, go forth and steal all of these lands. So no real acceptance of responsibility on the part of the church.
And Pam, you mentioned the predators. You've written that of more than 5,000 sexual predators who abused the majority of 150,000 children in the residential schools, that a mere fraction have ever faced criminal charges, fewer than 50. Could you elaborate on that and what you would hope would be done?
Well, the government spent like over $1.5 million hiring 17 private investigators to identify the perpetrators in these residential schools. We know the Catholic Church represented about 60% of those schools, but other churches ran the other ones. These predators have been allowed to walk free ever since, without any monitoring, without any surveillance. And that's my biggest concern, because worldwide, where you look at the exact same situations, whether it's in the United States, in Australia, in France, they have, even if where they've had inquiries or litigation settlements, they've allowed these sexual predators to walk free, and they've gone on to work with children and sexually offend again. So my concern is we have absolutely no idea of how bad it is continued to this day in Canada.
And what about this whole issue of reparations? The New York Times reported that the Catholic Church has paid just about a little over $1 million of 25 million Canadian dollars that it promised to the victims in Canada. Could you, what's the situation? Could you talk about the situation with reparations?
Right. So here's the thing with apologies. You know, you have to be really sorry. You have to admit for all of the crimes. You know, then you have to kind of promise not to do it again and take steps to make sure the abuse doesn't happen. And then there's the issue of reparations. And reparations is when you try to make amends. You try to put the person in the situation they would have been, you know, but for your wrongs. And the basics, like they agreed to a certain amount in compensation in the settlement agreement and never paid it. That's not a sign of good faith. The fact that, you know, they haven't done, rescinded the doctrine of discovery, something that was asked for. The fact that they haven't addressed, issued all of the documents. They haven't even released all of the documents that would help Native people identify all of these unmarked graves, who's in those graves, how they died, who's responsible. Those documents haven't been released, nor have they released all of the artifacts that were stolen during that period. So, you know, apologies are just words when you are still today not living up to your legal or moral obligations.
Pam Palmater, can you talk about what prompted this tour, and also as he goes across Canada to make these apologies? I think he is moving on to Iqaluit, and if you can tell us the significance of this. I don't know if he's mentioned sexual abuse.
Yeah. No, he hasn't. And that's the other thing. When you apologize, you have to say, here's what I did, and I see the harms that it caused you. No mention of sexual abuse, no mention of the cover-ups, no mention of, you know, the worldwide involvement in allowing their priests and clergy and staff and everyone associated with the Catholic Church to continue to go on and sexually abuse children. Absolutely no acknowledgement of that, or the doctrine of discovery, which is the basis of the genocide in both Canada and the United States. So it's not really an apology if you haven't acknowledged the full scope of what you've done. And some of the worst things that they did, aside from killing children, was sexual abuse that has gone on to haunt these children for the rest of their lives, for those who did survive.
And the issue of reparations, if you can talk more about that. Who is greeting the Pope as he makes his way across Canada? What nations, what First Nations, and are they raising these issues with him?
Well, see, that's the thing. So in Canada, we have First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Inuit are in the north. First Nations are like all over Canada, and Métis are spread out. Oh, and we have 634 First Nations, representing a significant number of nations. These were primarily Indian residential schools, although Inuit and Métis were impacted. There is a very, very, very small number of individual chiefs or regional chiefs or, you know, so-called dignitaries or members of Native organizations, along with some survivors that are meeting, you know, the Pope and or organizing it. The vast majority have had no say in it. And in fact, the national chief of the Assembly of First Nations has already said in the media that, you know, women weren't involved in this, and she wasn't permitted to be involved in this. So you can imagine just how upsetting it is for a large number of people who don't have a say, who don't get to say, you know, here's what you need to be saying, here's what you need to be doing, which leaves this empty apology.
And you mentioned, Pam, that the Catholic Church was responsible for about half of these schools. What about the other Christian churches? What has been their response to the unfolding revelations over the past several years of their role in these atrocities?
Well, the Catholic Church is responsible for the majority, so about 60%. But yes, all of the other churches also responsible. They've each issued apologies, over the years for different things. But you don't see a real significant act of contrition or penitence or any of those things that they claim. Things like, making sure that there is money aside from the compensation agreement to help restore languages, to help provide healing for all of the people who were traumatized, to help support all of those who need the funding and the legal supports to identify their children in unmarked graves and return them back to their communities. It's things like that, or returning the lands that were stolen for the purposes of the church. Like, keep in mind, the Catholic Church and other churches often, buy and sell lands, lease lands, those kinds of things, try to raise money. Those lands should be going back to First Nations. Imagine those lands were taken to commit such horrible atrocities. So I don't see very sincere, wholesome apologies and reparations on the part of all of these churches. But I think in terms of, again, in a comparison, the Catholic Church is far worse. The papal bulls, the large numbers, the worldwide influence, all of that. And keep in mind, the Catholic Church didn't just impact residential school survivors. They're responsible for the death of millions in Canada and the U.S. from the Indigenous community, and a whole bunch of other atrocities outside of the residential school process.
And you've mentioned a couple of times the doctrine of discovery. For a lot of young people who are not familiar with that, because obviously that had a big impact, not just in North America, but in Latin America as well during the colonial period. Could you explain the doctrine of discovery?
Yeah, in its simplest terms, it basically gave power, the so-called power, to the European nations to go forth and conquer any lands where Christians don't inhabit. Lands that were so-called terra nullius, where no one is living, a no man's land, so to speak. But in fact, we know it wasn't just an authority to go forth and take those lands. It was to use, whatever force necessary to rid the lands of any non-Christians. And you saw that all over North and South America. Millions and millions upon millions were killed, tortured, abused, exploited, put into slavery, and not just in the old days. We're talking over hundreds of years, and the abuse, the physical abuse, the exploitation, the sexual abuse continues today. So while we talk about, the doctrine of discovery and all of the abuse as though it's like in the long ago past, it's still having implications today, which is why so many want the church to officially rescind, repeal, revoke, whatever they need to do, the doctrine of discovery, and start accepting responsibility for what's happening in the here and now.
As we begin to wrap up, Pamela Palmater, if you can give us context globally also for Pope's apologies, whether we're talking about Australia, the United States, or your country, Canada.
Right. Well, different popes have given different apologies all around the world, North and South America, European countries, for the atrocities, the violence, physical abuse, you name it, and have tried to, make these very wide-ranging general apologies. But what you see the church as the organization doing is fighting against settlement agreements. In fact, in the United States, you have the church who has church and molestation liability insurance. I mean, imagine knowing that you're so bad that you have molestation insurance. And so now high-powered law firms actually filing countersuits against mothers for failing to protect their children against, sexual predator priests. So there's a lot of seedy things that are happening, the destruction of documents, the refusal to hand over documents, all of this intimidation, the refusal to hold anyone to account. And this is globally, worldwide, including here in North America. So the actions of the church today are still terrible. So when you see all of the pomp and circumstance and what looks great around the Pope apologizing, keep in mind, he's the head of an organization that is fighting the victims of all of the abuse.
We want to thank you for being with us, Pamela Palmater, Micmac lawyer, member of the Eel River Bar First Nation in New Brunswick, chair in Indigenous governance at Ryerson University. We'll link to your piece in the Toronto Star, headlined, "Another Pope's Apology Isn't Enough When Catholic Church's Cover-ups and Hypocrisy Continue to This Day." She's speaking to us from Toronto. Next, we go to Burma, where the military junta has executed 4 men imprisoned for opposing last year's coup. Stay with us.
Locations, abusive relations, 150 celebrations, comment section hating, debating, truth and reconciliation baiting, dividing and shading, but we still here, we still here, we still here. Missing brother, missing mother, missing goddess. Say it again, no clean water, but we still here, we still here. The message is clear, they wanted us to disappear, but we still here. The message is clear, they wanted us to disappear, but we still here, we still here. The father in sight, women warrior fight. I wanna break the cycle in the circle, non-verbal, nocturnal, no dress rehearsal. Ahead by a century, awaken the spirit, be fearless and clear it, no limit. I spit it, I risk it, I hit it. It's written, never bitten, archived for my descendants. It's important to make a presence, representations at all levels. We are all rebels sent from the heavens at 11:11. So meet me at 7-Eleven to dismantle depression, to gather, to master and shatter the system. I know what's missing, I see the gaps, I have the maps to take it back. Come on. Stolen locations, abusive relations, 150 celebrations, comment section hating, debating, truth and reconciliation baiting, dividing and shading.
Still Here by the Indigenous activist and hip-hop artist JB, the First Lady. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Burma, where there is growing outrage after the military junta executed 4 men Saturday who've been jailed for opposing last year's military coup. In Burma's largest city, Rangoon, protesters marched down the streets with a banner reading, "We will never be frightened," and called out the names of the executed activists. The execution of the 4 pro-democracy activists who were sentenced to death in secretive trials marks the first executions in Burma in over 30 years. Chaw Min-yu was the prominent pro-democracy activist, also known as Ko Jimmy. He was a student leader in 1988 uprising, spent many years as a political prisoner. Also executed was Phu Zayataw, a former rapper who was a founding member of Generation Wave, an anti-military youth-led movement, and became a lawmaker in Aung San Suu Kyi's party, the National League for Democracy. The 2 other men executed Saturday were Hla Myo Aung and Aung Thur Za. The Assistance Association of Political Prisoners says they were involved in the resistance protest movement since the 2021 coup, like many other Burmese. On Monday, the U.S. State Department spokesperson Ned Price responded to the executions.
We underscore that with the escalating violence, with these horrific atrocities that the junta has carried out, there can be no business as usual with this regime. We urge all countries to ban the sale of military equipment to Burma, to refrain from lending the regime any degree of international credibility, and we call on ASEAN to maintain its important precedent, only allowing Burmese non-political representation at regional events.
For more, we go to London to speak with Maung Zarni, exiled Burmese scholar, dissident, and human rights activist, co-founder of the Forces of Renewal for Southeast Asia, or 4C. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Zarni. Our condolences to you and so many who knew one or more of the 4 people executed Saturday. Can you tell us who they were? And were you shocked by this act of the first time, the first execution of political prisoners in, some 30 years in Burma?
Thank you, Amy. You know, the 2 of the executed, I met them and I consider them my younger comrades. You know, the Jimmy or Chaw Min-yu had been involved since 1988 when he was only 19 years old. And Zayataw is in his mid-40s and a well-known hip-hop artist and a committed
supporter of Aung San Suu Kyi's leadership and NLD. We had differences of opinion about her leadership or NLD, but nonetheless, I felt the pain. Also, the other two were younger generation comrade brothers. They were accused of, killing someone who was credibly accused of being a informer for the military. So these are, the 4 dissidents that were barbarically executed on Saturday. The families have not been, given any indication in what manners they were executed, or not their, if they were cremated, not the ashes, right? So the military is very afraid of these 4 becoming martyrs for the resistance and inspire new wave of resistors. Was I shocked? No, not at all. I think, of course, these 4 young or not so young dissidents were executed, and so they had personal stories that we knew, so it piqued the interest of the media and others. So we are looking at essentially the genocidal regime that is credibly accused of and that is facing a genocide case at the International Court of Justice. And so just last Friday, as you know, the ICJ, the United Nations principal judicial organ, has ruled that, the genocide case filed by Gambia against the state of Myanmar will proceed. And so this is a regime that has committed every single grave crime in international law that has ever been established and encoded in the law books. And so, I think we should realize that, when the international community continues with the business as usual policy, including the United States, United Kingdom, UK, Canada, the maintaining high-level diplomatic ties, allowing, oil and other natural resource extractive industries to continue to be in partnership with the regime. The regime is emboldened. So I would hold the international community, accountable for its culpability, despite all these empty condemnations from Ned Price or, the congressional leaders and UN, officials, human rights commissions, the European Union and whatnot.
Well, Maung Zarni, could you be more specific in terms of the contradiction between the words that are espoused by the U.S. government and other Western leaders and what their actual practice has been? Could you give us some specifics on that in terms of what companies and industries are still benefiting from economic ties and political ties with the Burmese junta?
Yes, all these high street, fashion brands, Zara and others, and textile apparel industries, they are still producing and sourcing their materials in Burma, in a country that have zero or no labor rights protections, labor laws in place or enforced. The Chevron of the United States was grandfathered in when Unicol was swallowed up by California-based Chevron. It's in partnership with the Burmese military, control the Myanmar gas and oil, and there are a long list of European, Japan, Australian, the Americans, and even Canadian corporate interests operating on the ground, while the politicians and the foreign affairs or State Department officials come up with these grandiose condemnations, grandstanding that they are doing something moral, ethical, and principle. If you compare the United States, response to Vladimir Putin's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine, and the Biden's response to the Burmese regime's violations of all norms internationally and all the criminal and humanitarian law. You will see a black and white difference. You know, the Biden has frozen $1 billion held in the U.S. accounts that belong to the people of Myanmar, the state of Myanmar. The military is widely, domestically unaccepted and considered illegitimate, and even the Association of Southeast Asian Nations refuses to seat any political representative, let alone the chief of staff, Min Aung Hlaing, the head of the regime. And so Biden, you know, poured like, you know, nearly $50 billion to defend Ukraine and support Ukrainian resistance. The Burmese, resistance movement is selling, engage in bake sales and, the concerts abroad to raise like peanuts, several $1 million or $50,000 to support their own resistance back home. Biden should be unfreezing their $1 billion and making it available to support the Burmese resistance.
We want to thank you very much, Maung Zarni, for being with us. Burmese scholar, dissident, human rights activist, co-founder of the Forces of Renewal for Southeast Asia, FORSI, a grassroots network of pro-democracy scholars and human rights activists across Southeast Asia. Next up, we're going to look at the Puerto Rico Status Act, a House bill that would allow residents of Puerto Rico to decide on the island's territorial status. We'll speak with the former mayor of San Juan. But as we go to break, this is Satin Chin, which means beginning. It was the title track to an album by the Burmese hip-hop group Acid, co-founded by the artist and pro-democracy activist turned legislator Piu Zayataw, who was executed Saturday by Burma's military junta, along with 3 others, prompting international outrage. Again, that song Beginning by the Burmese hip-hop group Acid, co-founded by the artist and pro-democracy activist turned legislator Piu Zayataw, who was executed by the Burmese regime on Saturday, the regime that took power in a coup last year. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we turn to Puerto Rico, the House Natural Resources Committee in Washington has advanced the Puerto Rico Status Act, a bill that would allow residents of Puerto Rico to decide on the island's territorial status. The bill, for the first time, acknowledges the need to end Puerto Rico's colonial status by excluding the current Commonwealth option, and offers instead a referendum of the Puerto Rican people on the 3 choices historically recognized by the United Nations as a true decolonization process: independence, statehood, or free association with sovereignty for Puerto Rico. It also commits Congress for the first time to abide by the results of that referendum. However, the bill is facing opposition from many Puerto Rican groups who've called for public hearings on the legislation and clarification on several key provisions having to do with the language and citizenship status of the island's residents under independence or free association. We go now to Puerto Rico, where we're joined by Carmen Yulín Cruz, former mayor of San Juan. She recently wrote a letter to House Majority to Steny Hoyer, outlining her concerns over the bill. Welcome to Democracy Now! Can you start off by just responding to what took place in Washington around Puerto Rico?
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me, Amy and Juan. I just want to touch upon very quickly. You had one of the leaders of one of the Native American nations with you a few minutes ago. And if you look at the process of decolonization and self-determination, we're all looking for the same thing. We're looking for justice. We're looking for our national identity to be respected. And we're also looking for our voices to be heard. So this is a thread of colonization that runs through various areas of the United States. This is important, Amy, the time frame for this bill. Last July 15th, the bill was finally introduced. This was a bill that has never been formally translated into Spanish. So many Puerto Ricans who are not bilingual are unable to read and make a judgment for themselves. And then last week, there was a markup hearing. This is not a formal hearing. This is not a hearing, again, where people that only speak Spanish in Puerto Rico would have had simultaneous translation given to them for them to be able to have the facts. You know, one of the issues of pursuing your happiness is, can you really pursue your happiness and have freedom, as the founding fathers wanted, if you do not have all the details of what is going on? So I wrote a letter to Congressman Steny Hoyer saying that the process, even though we recognize it's a step in the right direction, it moves in the right direction, it has some very big flaws that make it undemocratic and frankly, un-American. One of the things is, for example, with statehood. It doesn't really define what statehood is. It says statehood would be the same as with other states. However, one of the bills that of the amendments that we would have wanted to introduce would be, could Puerto Rico maintain its own Olympic team? We know, though, that that's impossible, but pro-statehood defenders in Puerto Rico keep telling Puerto Ricans that we will maintain our own Olympic team. I don't see Texas, New York, California having their own teams. Why would Puerto Rico be treated different? It almost seems like pro-statehooders are looking here in Puerto Rico to dish out the theory of separate but equal, meaning they want Puerto Rico to be a state, but they want Spanish to be spoken here. For example, would Spanish be the language where we teach our children on public schools, and English as a second language as we teach it right now? Even though the Constitution doesn't say that English is the official language of the U.S., and even though there are many languages spoken in the U.S., you, Amy and Juan, we all know that English is the predominant language and the language mostly used by government. But again, stateholders keep telling, don't worry, we will continue to have everything done in Spanish in the government. So those are things that really need to be clarified. Puerto Ricans need to know that they will pay federal taxes and how much federal taxes will be paid. None of those things are existent in this bill. For free association, there is a major flaw, which is illegal currently in the United States. As you know, Puerto Ricans were made citizens of the U.S. in 1917, coincidentally enough, to draft us into World War I. And then in 1941, we became U.S. citizens by birth. So if my daughter, who was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, gives birth in Spain, she would just simply go to the American embassy and fill out a paper, and that's it. So what Congress is saying in this bill is that you need two parents. I would have never thought I would have used Ted Cruz as an example of anything, but anything that is rotten and not good with people that say that they're going to serve. But Ted Cruz is a prime example. Ted Cruz, his mother is from the U.S., but he was born in Canada. So his mother went and just wrote him up, and that's it. So we want equality under the law, which is an American, very American concept, to treat us the same. We shouldn't be treated differently when it comes to the U.S. citizenship, which was, again, imposed on Puerto Ricans. And number three, I also called for the independence aspect of it. The bill says you can be independent if the people choose it. You can draft your own constitution. But here you need to have A, B, C, D, or E. And I wish I could see your faces when I say this. Just imagine the founding fathers getting a letter from England saying, all right, you've raised enough hell. We're going to give you your independence, which you have a right to anyway. But, your constitution needs to have A, B, C, and D. It is an unwarranted ask of the United States if Puerto Rico decides to be independent. So the things that we wanted is things that are just very simple. One, there should be hearings. 124 years of colonialism should not be rushed without hearings that are formal hearings, accessible in Spanish with dual translation, because again, most people in Puerto Rico do not speak English in a manner that they could understand the technicalities and the phraseology that is used in the bill. And number three, we want amendments to be allowed. If we're going to have a non-democratic process or a non-preferred process, which was the Constitutional Assembly, we should honestly be able to, on the floor, and then we call on Steny Hoyer to ask the Rules Committee to do this, to allow for just a simple amendment and saying, hey, will Puerto Ricans be able to keep their Olympic team? And then we will just see how everyone votes, and people will be able to vote with the clarity of what each one of the choices means, not only in the present, but in the future for all of us.
Well, Carmen Yulín Cruz, I wanted to ask you in terms of Raúl Grijalva, who's chaired the Natural Resources Committee and was has said that there's been many years and years of hearings on Puerto Rico. He held hearings on the island himself, and that if this Congress is going to act before a new election, bill has to move forward. Some people say that there is definitely progress. It recognizes that Puerto Rico is currently a colony. It provides for the first time a free association as a potential choice. And it commits Congress to abide by whatever the Puerto Rican people decide. So what do you say to those who say, hey, if there's something's going to happen in this Congress, it needs to happen now?
Well, there is definitely progress. And I'm the first one to say that Raúl Grijalva and India Velázquez have really pushed this and moved forward. And it is an important thing to move forward. We all have to remember that after Donald Trump's fiasco and the more than 3,000 deaths after Hurricane Maria because of his lack of interest in saving our lives and his inability to do his job, Puerto Rico became kind of the black eye on America's face internationally. And after that, Americans and Americans in Congress and all around have been trying to redirect the attention and saying, no, we don't treat Puerto Ricans anymore like Donald Trump treated them, right? We have a saying in Spanish that the disease is not in the pillow, it's in the person that is deceased. It's really a bad translation. But la enfermedad no está en la sábana, está en el enfermo. So it is a progress. But progress also has to do with the right and the freedom to choose. And the question is, do you have freedom to choose when all the details are not there? When they're not telling you exactly what annexation, assimilation, and statehood would be like? when the law is not being applied in free association, and we are being not given the treatment that the rule of law actually allows for all citizens of the U.S. And when you're imposing ridiculous aspirations of what the Constitution of a new free country would be. So there's no immediate rush. One of the things that can happen, and Juan, let me just give you this small correction, if I may. Raul Grijalva, when I was mayor, held a listening session in San Juan and held another listening session. But the actual bill that was submitted has not been officially transmitted, and there are no actual and let me say it this way, official. There is no official hearing that took place in Congress. What does that allow? It allows you to have documents on file. For example, the letter to Steny Hoyer that I wrote cannot be on file because it was a markup hearing. The letter that Melissa Mark-Viverito wrote to Speaker Nancy Pelosi is not on file because it was not a hearing. So one of the things that we're asking is, if Congress is going to impose a process, which is this plebiscite, which, grant you, it's a step forward, but it's not everything we would have liked. We would have liked a constitutional assembly where all voices could have been heard. But if that is the case, then let us at least have the opportunity right now. Steny Hoyer has that in his power. Just talk to the Rules Committee and say amendments will be allowed, and just have a couple of hearings. And then let's vote maybe in September when the Congress reconvenes again. So there is a little time. I understand the need for this to be solved. What I honestly, and many of us do not understand, is the rush to do it, and in doing so, not allowing the Puerto Rican people to have all the information to exercise their freedom to choose.
And Carmen Yulín, we only have about a minute or so left, but I wanted to ask you, while these debates are going on in Washington, there continues to be protest movements in Puerto Rico around the issue of energy and the role of Luma Energy. We're heading into another hurricane season, and I'm wondering your thoughts about what is happening in terms of the energy grid in Puerto Rico.
Well, Luma is a disgrace. We have had in Puerto Rico, in 1 year since Luma has been here, 7 increases on the electrical power. 7 increases. We now pay the most expensive electrical power in all of Puerto Rico. And it's I like the word in English because it's power, right? And we're talking about the Puerto Rican people are trying to exercise their power to have a governor who's a dino. He's a Democrat in name only. He presents himself as a Democrat in the United States, but, you know, he believes in everything that the Republicans believe, and one of it is privatizing essential services like Luma. So Luma has to go. I opposed it from the beginning. I was called a socialist. Now that drones of people are taking to the every day. The electrical power in Puerto Rico keeps continuously 2-3 times a week. We lose electrical power in different areas of Puerto Rico. And as you say, we are in the current hurricane season. The grid is still not where it needs to be because of privatization. The Puerto Rican government gives Luma $750 million.
Carmen Yulín Cruz, we're losing you, but do you think the contract should be ended with Luma?
Definitely. It should have never begun, and it needs to end now.
Carmen Yulín Cruz, we want to thank you for being with us, former mayor of San Juan, Puerto Rico,
Thank you.
Weissman Fellow at Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts. We will also do an interview with Carmen Yulín Cruz in Spanish, and it will appear at democracynow.org in Espanol. That does it for our show, Democracy Now!, produced with Renee Faust-Meitberg, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Taraseno, Tammy Warnoff, Trina Nadura, Sam Alcoff, Tamer Studio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Honey Masood, Mary Conlon. I'm Amy.
care of the music, and we'll take care of it.
If you're afraid, then it's hard to reach that point of creativity if you're afraid. If you're not afraid, if you have the courage, then you dwell in the unknown, and the good things can happen, you know, along with the bad things. So it's like you welcome that.
Take care of the music, and we'll take care of you, 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 take care of you. I mean, I go on to jam sessions, and I play, 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 and I play. Listen, you have to love this thing, man. If you take care of the music, we'll take care of you, 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 take care of you. I mean, I go on to jam sessions, and I play regardless of whether I'm getting a check or not, 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 check. If you take care care of the music, and we'll take care of you, 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 take care of you. You have to do this because you love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. If you take care of the music, it will take care of you, 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 take care of you.
I've lived here since 1998. I lived in Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, back and forth, like 6 different houses in that time period. So I've watched it move and grow and change, and people moving in and out, and things come up, and so it's just, I feel like it's a part of who I am now. Brooklyn already has a very rich musical history, so I feel like I'm a part of that. Again, this is Marcus Gilmore on the drums. That's Vicente Archer at the bass. Jahi Sundance on the 1s and 2s. This is my latest single, Better Than I Imagined, which features her and another BRIC Jazz Festival headliner, my sister, Miss Michelle Ndengiocello. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, hanging out with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you, BRIC, for having us. Hopefully we'll do this again soon. Thank y'all.
All right, y'all can make noise at my show.
Just call me, just call. When you need me, baby, yeah. Just call me, just call. Call me, just call. Kiss your body and fill you with love. Let me feed your body and fill you with love. I can't sleep when I ain't close to you. I cry. Let me feel your body. This is love. This is how I love you. This is love. This is how I love you. Yes, I adore you. Your mind, body, and soul. I've searched my whole life for you, baby. It's deeper than blood, deeper than blood. This is love. This is how I love you. This is love. This is how I love you. Stir it up. Just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Stir it up. Stir it up. Just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Stir it up. return, balance, align. Wake up, 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 return, balance, align. know nothing, nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Return to balance, align, wake up, return, 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 balance, align. Nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Now wake up, return, balance, align. 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 Dream better. Learning to dream better. Learning to dream better. Learning to dream better. Please thank Mark Kelly. Please thank Jack DeBow. Please thank Cole Kamen Green. Please thank Adam Levy. Please thank Justin Hicks. Please thank Chris Bruce. Please thank Jake Sherman. Thank you, Abe. Thank you, Black Gatsby. Thank you, Rashman. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Atticus. Thank you, Solomon.
I have to introduce this next song because it's very visceral to me. I wrote a song a few years ago that's about a kid that started a movement called Black Lives Matter. I'm from Ferguson, so I feel it very important that I talk about Ferguson. You know, this kid I'm talking about, his name is Mike Brown, and he was killed by law enforcement for no good reason. So I wrote this song to lament him. Dedication to his parents, dedicated to his family, dedicated to all of the parents of the slain people, the Garners, the Ahmaud Arbery's, the Breonna Taylors. I wrote the song, it was called MB Lament, but I had to change the title to When Will It Stop? When will the violence stop? When will the racism stop? I'm playing this song for the first time in a long time. Since then, you know, my family has been, yeah, I'm playing this song, and I'm gonna dedicate this one to my son. He's still living, but racism is real, and we're gonna fight to tear it down. So when will it stop? When will the bias stop? When will it stop? day after Christmas, my son and I made international news because it's gone all over the world. From an incident at a hotel in New York City, the Arlo Hotel. My son was accosted, attacked, and racially profiled. Something that needs to change immediately. You know, we're on the front lines of bringing about change to stop this racial profiling right now. We're in a war. It's for the good of our nation, for everybody. That really has impacted me in so many different ways. One has to do with compositionally. It gives me a context to really speak on from a personal standpoint. Sometimes I've written songs about people that I never met before. But right now I'm writing songs about my son, about our scenario, about racial profiling, about social issues, but I don't have to have imposter syndrome about it. I'm a part of this story. As an artist, we have a duty to use our platform for something good. At least that's what I think. That's what Nina Simone said. And many other artists have stood on their platform and used it for change, for social justice and everything else. I'm no different in that. I believe that music can be a force for good. Music can be a force and a conduit for change. And I don't take that for granted. So my entire walk at this point has to do with, you know, speaking for the voiceless and using myself as a change agent, using myself, using my story as a way to actually bring change for the people who aren't even thought of yet, the kids who don't have a voice.
Was a gifted guy. When he would paint his brush strokes, they'd seem to reach towards the sky, but yo, the colors were the greatest part. The vibrancy is shoot a hole straight through your heart. Like, am I looking at God? His mama did what she could for him. She worked a couple jobs to support him. She bought him new kicks if she could afford him. She loved the baby, but he needed to make some paper. If he was ever gonna make it, she was screaming at him. So we got this dead end 9 to 5, this next security gig at night, and he would count the hours one by one, and as his soul was slowly slipping to space, he knew it had to be another way. And yeah, he had to get that paper made. And now the benefits weren't that great. Sell a couple bricks and be like, yo, we could be straight. It could always be the wrong night, run into the wrong guys, had to keep the peace on them. There's a couple of A's and just some leaf on them. Never been a gangster, just a dude that likes to doodle ruthless. The truth is, he didn't have a legal tendency. Stop rushing on his paper, Ricky. Brushes on the paper, Ricky. Too bad, but he could open in the gallery, the red and blue, and shoot a multiplication over his cell phone. Another black man stole or didn't. They look into his pockets, they figured his vision. A bloodstained fist with an eye drawn on some loose leaf. Photo went viral on Newsweek. Dear Ricky, you should have done the impossible. Your decision to stay true to your art was honorable. We love you, we miss you. Just try to understand that the odds are stacked against you are a black man.
probably about 5 or 6 years ago when I started the group, it really was so that we could create some awareness around the situation, as well as to highlight the beauty and the potential excellence of Black life and Black music. So I really do feel like I have completed some goals, because since then, Black Wall Street's been televised. I've had many people come up to me and say, I had no idea about it, and then I saw it in this TV show, and then I saw it in this TV show. Why aren't we talking about it? So I think it is really, really important, especially for young people and people in general, to realize why the world looks the way it does. Many of us, as we're growing, we're not taught about the systemic racism that changes the way that our lives look and feel, and the segregation that we see just on an everyday basis. I think it's really important to speak about these pieces of history, because I think that they will help us to understand the bigger picture.
Falling over, starting over, starting over. Love is falling, starting over. Northern border, southern border, southern border. Love is broken at the border. Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. What you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is what we said it all true. If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is what you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is it all true? Can we forgive her if love won't? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? 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 If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves?
How did we come together and establish chemistry? I reached out to Van on Twitter. That's how it started. I tweeted, I want to make a record with @VanHunt. And then @VanHunt replied. And he said, let's do it. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, this thing really works. And then I hit him in the DM and I shot my shot and I was like, Van, I love your music. I've got a band. Would you be down to do some stuff? And he hit me back. That was the beginning of it.
And I was just like, man, these beat makers always on me, so I just thought he was a drum machine dude. But I like the name Nate. Nate's one of my favorite names. It's just so short and quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
It gets the job done.
That's it.
Then we met, and then I found out he was an incredible musician, played everything, better than me at everything, maybe except singing Sledgehammer. I'm a little better than him at singing Sledgehammer.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I think what makes performing in Brooklyn so special for me, it's a different vibe. The audience is a very savvy audience in Brooklyn, and they, it's an audience full of artists and musicians, and I think it's people who can really appreciate what goes in to making the music happen.
What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Love without pain would leave me wondering why I stay. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven. What would I do? Saving myself, ooh, but I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. Wanna make you feel the fire, wanna burn you with my bad days. Ooh, I wanna be unsatisfied so you can feel the heat coming from me, lady, lady, lady. What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Words without hate would leave me nothing left to say. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven. What would I do? Saving myself. Ooh, I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. 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 Here in hell with you. Here in hell with you.
We're ready for that, boy.
Gaze in the mirror to be that for which are near me here. The lions I can see, think of this and grasp a helm. If when it's clearer, maybe time will lift the bigger fears. Fears reliable, it seems. Most of us are overwhelmed and overworked now. So it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Stand and deliver, to be counted with the others here. The riots I've seen, people can't control themselves, they're wilding out now. Space is a mirror, but perhaps we As I recall, it seems people are just underwhelmed. They'll never see that far. In the chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, the chaos, chaos, chaos. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which I near me. The riots I've seen, think of this and grasp the helm. You're on the clock now. You're on the clock now.
My life in the sunshine. Whoa. Everybody loves the sunshine. Sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine. Woo. Sunshine. Get down in the sunshine. Sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers.
I feel, when I feel, when I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel, when I feel, what I feel, when I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel, when I feel, what I feel, when I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel, when I feel, what I feel, when I'm feeling in the sunshine.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra, nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets, watercress, and survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. I love it. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for. A nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple, it's just like a quick pickle, and I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's, I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, you know, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy. So it's also gonna add texture. And actually, we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets, look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it, it's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically 2 textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our beet greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms, they're zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that I've been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets, and this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our Maigret duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
My name is Augusto, and I'm one of the chefs at Chavela Restaurant, and I'm here at my favorite supermarket, which is Brooklyn Fare. Let's find out what ingredients you have chosen for me today. So what we have today is shashito pepper, the shrimp, palladia onions, yuca, and cilantro. I already see the onions. Let's get started. This is the yuca. A nice way to find a good yuca is to go for the white one on the root. The one is getting darker, might be getting a little more dry, the other ones. Yuca, it's normally coated on wax, which is something to prevent of the yuca to get dry. As you can see, they have a big variety of peppers. We're gonna start with poblano pepper. When you roast it, you can get a really nice flavor. Over here, we have the shishito peppers, which are the ones you have chosen for me today. It's really, really sweet, so don't be afraid of biting it like that. Finally, we got the shrimps. One other thing about the Brooklyn Fare Market is that you always find good people willing to help you. So today, we're gonna choose Eagle shrimp because it has the peel on it, and I'm gonna show you how to utilize everything on the dish. Thank you so much. Hi, so we are here back at Chavela's restaurant, one of the greatest restaurants in Crown Heights. Our cuisine is focused more on the central and south of Mexico. We focus more on home cooking. That's why if you come, you might find our tacos a little different from the other places, but it's what we eat at home. The dish that I'm choosing to do with the ingredients that you give me It's camarones al ajillo. It's one of our specialties here at Chavela's. And also will be doing chicken enchiladas mole. Okay, so I will be performing the two dishes at the same time, and I hope you liked it. We're gonna start by peeling the yuca, and we will go alongside, and then just go alongside with the mandolin. Okay, so now we have enough chips. I'm gonna send it to fry. Today I will be smoking onions, so you can see that our normal onions will become something more than onion. Keep your eyes always on the onion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay the onion on these little racks. Okay, so now we're gonna use some walnut wood, a couple of pieces in here. So we're just gonna cover it, and we're gonna create some sort of breathing hole in order to keep the smoke on. And then we're gonna proceed to do the rest. The next thing that I'm gonna work on, it's gonna peel some shrimps, because I wanna do the base. And as you can see it, we're gonna peel it, and then we're gonna discard the little vein on the back. And then we're gonna start doing our base. So we're gonna start by heating some oil. We're gonna put our shrimp shells. We're gonna deglaze it with a little white wine, and we will let it simmer for a couple of minutes. So now we're gonna go ahead and peel our shrimp. You're always gonna get the back of the shrimp, slightly peeling it. When I first came to this country, I came because I wanna try something new. Back in the days, I was at the military school. I wanted to become a pilot, but when I came here, I saw a big opportunity. I started working as a dishwasher, and when I became a sous chef, I decided to drop out of school and keep this career, which is a chef. I don't know if I did the right choice, but I'm happy with it. We're gonna start doing the other dish, which is the chicken mole enchiladas. Mole, it's a little complicated to explain. There is thousands of moles, and the ingredients can go from 17 to 65. I divide the mole in two categories: dry ingredients and fresh ingredients. Our fresh ingredients will be jalapeno, onions, garlic, tomatoes, but also fresh plantains. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start roasting our fresh ingredients. And for the rest, we're gonna slightly fry them. And then we were just gonna turn it into a mix. I left two of the ingredients out. One is piloncillo or panela, which is raw cane sugar, and we have Mexican chocolate, okay? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait until the very end, because if I put sugars now, they will stick to the bottom and my mole will take the risk to get burned. We're gonna start working on the chicken enchiladas. For that, you already have our chicken breast. You don't wanna shred it all the way. You wanna leave a little chunks, just to make sure that when you eat enchiladas, you still have some nice texture to it. I like to use some of the chicken stock because somehow we need some liquid to moisturize the chicken. We have our mole that has been blended. We're just gonna use some of the mole to cut the chicken. So our chicken mole is ready. We're gonna let it dry and let the chicken absorb the mole, the flavor of the mole. So we're getting close to plate the dish that with the ingredients that you have chosen for me. First ingredient, which is the shrimp. As you can see, we have the cilantro, onions, which I already smoked, and the fourth ingredient, it's yuca. We have done yuca chips. In this little bowl, I'm gonna do a little rubber, which is a little bit of oregano, salt, and paprika. So we're just gonna go and slightly season it. The last ingredient that I haven't done anything yet, which I'm about to do, is the shashito pepper. I'm just gonna slightly roast it, and I'm just gonna put a little bit of vinegar to it. Again, I'm gonna use my one of my favorite tools, which is the blowtorch. And like so, just gonna slightly roast it. By doing this, I'm gonna make sure that you're gonna get something fresh, but also it'll get this charky flavor from charring it. That will do it. I'm gonna slightly slide those peppers so I can use them as a garnish on the dish. So the next thing is gonna be just go ahead and cook the shrimp. So we're gonna start some olive oil. I'm gonna put some guajillo shredded pepper. The next thing will be garlic. So the onions have been smoked, and the reason to smoke the onions is to give a little smoke contrast to the dish as well. So now, this is where our shrimp meets the pan. We are ready for the wine. We're gonna dump some of the base. This is the consistency that I'm looking for. So just gonna toss some of the cilantro, which is another ingredient that you have chosen for me. It's ready to go. I wanna toss some of my yuca in here. And then we're just gonna finish it with some of the shashito pepper. It'll give a nice freshness to the dish. Here is our first dish from the secret ingredients that you have chosen. So we're gonna start doing now the enchiladas, chicken enchiladas. Tortillas is a big thing in our culture. If you don't eat tortillas, you won't feel like satisfied. You won't feel like if you have eaten. My grandmother likes to eat taco with double tortillas. I don't like that, but I respect what she does. What I like to do is slightly fry the tortilla. Once the tortilla has been fried, we're gonna proceed to fill it. Start to rolling it. And there are our enchiladas. I'm gonna use one of our traditional plates, which is made out of the barro. I'm going to use mole to cut it. I like my enchiladas swimming on sauce, so I'm sure you like to. And then we're just gonna go to our final touch, which is garnishing the enchiladas. Our second dish, enchiladas de pollo, Chabela style. Shredded chicken, roll it in tortilla, top it with mole, garnish it with crema, queso fresco, lettuce, and onion rings. And obviously, we accompany this with black beans and Mexican rice.
Hi, I'm Mora, and I work in the neighborhood, and I'm about to try a dish by Chef Augusto. This is the camarones al ajil, prepared by Chef Augusto, and I'm gonna try it. Good.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd!
Parker, we need to talk about this letter.
Mr. Dunn, you may own this building, but you cannot just walk into a lady's apartment unannounced.
Oh, sorry, love. Miss Parker, can we talk?
Oh, I had a talk with an attorney, and it was a very enlightening conversation. It turns out, as a tenant, I have certain rights. And you can't force me out of my apartment until I have my day in court.
I hope you don't think I'm trying to force you out of your apartment. I'd be more than happy to have you stay. You know, as long as you can pay the amount that I have to rent the place out for.
Well, then, you should be prepared to explain that to a housing court judge. Now, in the meantime, I have to continue to unpack.
Miss Parker, I didn't come here to argue with you. Can I buy you out? Pay you to move.
You wrote it down because you were too embarrassed to say it out loud.
No,
Try again. Now we're getting somewhere.
Do you mind if we take a break? You're tough. You're tougher than my wife's divorce attorney. You know, I couldn't help but notice the smell of ganja in the apartment.
You just wait 1 second, Mr. Dunn. Buyout or no buyout, this is still my apartment. And what I do with my time is my business.
My guy won't come all the way out to Brooklyn. So I've just been hoping to, you know, meet like a local guy.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I mean, yes, I will introduce you to my weed guy.
So what's the dealio with you, Ms. Love Parker?
I used to be married. Yeah. Listen, the only thing harder than being an actor is being married to an actor. My mama always used to say, figure out what you don't like about someone, and if you still want to be with them, despite that, marry him.
I wish I would have talked to your mama before I got married.
Yeah, she said a lot of things.
One thing I definitely did not like about her was her fucking Donnie.
Indeed.
Of course, she wasn't fucking him before we got married. I mean, we were like doomed from the start. You know, everything was hers. The fancy apartment, the fancy friends, the air kisses,
Boo fucking who? You're a good-looking white guy in a city made for good-looking white guys. You will do just fine.
You are right there. You are right there. You're.
Oh, God.
I'm hungry. Is there anything good around here?
Okay, come on. Let me show you what made these Wall Street motherfuckers want to come over here. You remember where you were? Delicious? Come on. I'm trusting you. This is delicious. Right? Mother would pack us up and we'd visit her sister in Queens and do all the sights. My mother hated Times Square. All run down like it was. I loved it. Hookers, the hustlers, the junkies. Just imagine this little Virginia choir girl up in all that. And one day I told myself, I will be a big-time Broadway star, and I will live right there in Times Square.
You really wanted to live in Times Square? Back then?
I was 10 years old. But yeah, when I finally moved there, the rent and the work, it's a lot less glitz and glamour and a lot more grunting and groaning.
The city isn't easy.
But then, I got my first job on stage. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
That's great.
That was me. That was me. And those were the steps. I remember. You never forget things like that, right?
I guess not.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Wow. I can't believe last night. I finally get Brooklyn.
To be fair, fucking a senior citizen isn't a part of the standard Brooklyn welcome wagon.
Yeah, I know. I get it. My ex-wife always thought I had a thing for my former nanny.
Hey, I have a bunch of things to do, so I really got to get ready to go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe you don't have to move out?
Yes, I do. I've seen the rents you're asking for.
Well, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of arrangement.
An arrangement? Like I get to stay in exchange for...
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, I'm just trying to figure out a win-win. What's so funny?
You really think you're different, don't you? Ken, maybe you were. But right now, you're just another white guy who thinks his money entitles him to whatever he wants.
Well, that's not what I meant.
I think it is what you meant. You just didn't think I'd know it.
I mean, I just thought that, you know, we,
But let me tell you something, Mr. Colby Dunn, newly minted owner of a lovely brownstone in a formerly black neighborhood made safe. What you need to do is ease your smarmy ass out of my goddamn apartment.
Okay. You know, but technically, it's still my apartment.
Not yet. Not until you pay me. So beat it, you whining piece of shit.
Do you think I could still get your dealer's number?
You can get it from my lawyer.
Had a bad day today, parking ticket, bank account overdrawn, said all my money's gone. I got bills to pay, one me I say, things never go right. I'm tired of feeling uptight when you're struggling.
Ooh, that's good shit. It ain't good? It ain't good. It's better in Brooklyn.
I believe.
There's a remedy, yeah, yeah. And if the sun...
Hi, can I help you?
I'm Cameron Pierre. Alexandra Pierre is my mother. You know the woman you bought the house from?
Oh, yes, of course. Hi. Hi.
Me and Lil Man, we were in the neighborhood, and I wanted to show him the house I grew up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like nostalgia.
Nostalgia.
You think it would come in?
Come in to the house. You know, it's messy. I've been...
You really used to live here? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sure. Cool. Come on in. Yeah. So it's probably a little different than when you were here last. When was that?
Well, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we made a. I have a lot of plans for it, but just really starting out.
Yeah, I bet.
I remember your mom. She is a tough lady. She brokered that deal all on her own. That woman is tough as nails.
Yeah, she passed away 4 months ago.
And very sweet. She's very sweet, very kind woman.
Look, you don't gotta sugarcoat it, man. My mom's was no joke. She raised 2 boys in this neighborhood all by herself. She never touched a thing in here before either. But this looks like you getting ready for a magazine. You restored and cleaned everything up right.
I'm pretty much starting it all over.
How about the backyard?
The backyard? No. You know, my wife was the gardener. I never had a green thumb, like more like a black thumb. Meaning we actually just started talking about what to do at the backyard right about the time I walked in on her fucking her high school boyfriend.
Damn, it's cold.
Yo, mind your manners. It's Love. She live here when you moved in?
Miss Love?
Yeah. Love. Love Parker, woman who lived downstairs?
Miss Love Parker. Yeah, she did. She lived downstairs. She moved. How about that tour? How you wanna? We could start with the upstairs.
Cool. Why don't we start in the backyard though?
Oh, there's really nothing to see in the backyard. It's probably exactly the same as you left it.
Excuse me? Can I use your bathroom?
Yeah, sure, little man. It's right up the stairs, and you're gonna want to make a right. So do you still live in the hood, neighborhood?
Truth is, I was away for a little while.
School?
Upstate.
Work?
Nope.
Oh, traveling, like, I know that. Like, between college, open road, wind in my hair.
I just did 8 years in Greenhaven Correctional.
Prison? Oh. How was that?
Just like any other place. Yeah. Some good people, some bad people.
I bet. Son really is taking a long time in the bathroom. Hey, little man, you okay? You didn't fall in, did you?
Are we good?
Yeah, we good.
See you later.
See you later.
Oh yeah, that's not my son. But I knew you more likely to let me in if I had a kid with me.
Look, man, I don't have a lot here, but you can take anything you want. I just with my here. In my wallet, I have 40, 20, I have 30, I have 31.
Man, I'm not a criminal. I don't want your money. All right.
You're not a criminal. Eight years in prison says otherwise.
8 years because I was a knucklehead who ran with the wrong people.
See.
Look, I just gotta get one thing, all right? I just gotta get something. That's an inhaler. Look, I'm not gonna hurt you, bro. All right, just relax.
What am I supposed to think? I mean, you like hired a kid to be your son, and then you just walk in here with your dragon t-shirt?
Me and my brothers, we used to hang out all the time on the front out here. Moms wouldn't let us go to the park, so we did all sorts of stuff out here. Just the two of us.
It's cool.
Yeah. You know, if you look right down the block over there, you could actually see the school my mom taught at.
Oh, she taught there. That's awesome, right? Well, hey, where are you going? Hey, what the heck are you doing?
Look, I just gotta get one thing, and you never have to see me again. It's right here. Then I'm gone.
Is it loot?
What?
Loot. From a job.
Yeah.
Oh. A comic?
Yeah, a comic. My brother was into Avengers, but X-Men was my shit.
What about Quicksilver?
Just helped me get by when my dad passed. Means a lot to me.
What are you gonna do with it? Sell it on eBay?
Shit, man. eBay? Please.
Smoke?
Nah, man, that shit makes you soft in the head. Plus, I'm on probation.
Right.
Hey, you ever hook up with Miss Love?
What? What are you talking about?
Miss Love, she still got it. Always did.
Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way.
What?
Biggie Smalls?
I know.
You want to hang out?
Nah, man, I'm good. I'm actually gonna get up out of here. But hey, take care of this house, man. And don't forget the people that came here before you.
I grew up in Trinidad, and I wasn't allowed to hang out with the boys, the older guys, because they grew up like around a lot of DJs. I didn't start until I joined the military in 2002, and my first base was in South Dakota, Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. There wasn't really much out there to do, so I was like, oh, let me just pursue DJing because I always wanted to do it. And I received a Stanton starter pack, which came with like turntables, a little mixer, headphones, like the whole shebang. And I had to order some vinyl off the internet, had it shipped to South Dakota. And yeah, that's how I started DJing in my dorm room. Brooklyn community and other places, I'm known as DJ Mercy Lane. I spend my days looking for lots of music so I can make people dance at night, or else they'll probably cuss me out. Now, I've been doing this for about 11 years, and for some gigs I still get nervous, but once I get up there and put the music on and I feel the energy from the people, and it just makes everything go away, all the nerves, and I just have a good time, you know? So my connection to Brooklyn, I think that's where I have most of my roots, especially with DJing. And a lot of the people that hire me are for queer parties. Yep. I'm not saying all of them are, but most of them. I've DJed Azúcar before. I've DJed Papi Juice recently. Come On Everybody. Come On Everybody is very queer-friendly venue. I love that space so much. Reggae is a queer dancehall party, which is also one of my favorite parties to do. I'm from the Caribbean, so I love dancehall, reggae, soca music, but I feel like every time I go to parties that cater to that audience, it's mostly straight. I don't feel comfortable, honestly, especially with some of the guys there. Some of them are respectful, but some of them aren't. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I think that's important to have a party like reggae, which I feel comfortable at, and other people who are like me. Feel free to dance with who they want to, and just enjoy the music without being harassed. I just started a new venture, which is a DJ magazine which caters to women DJs and musicians and beat makers or producers, just to shine a light on them, because what I've noticed is a lot of the DJs that are put into magazines, they're on like the top 100 lists, especially in EDM music, they are men, you know, with a sprinkle of women. I also notice too, like if the female DJs are recognized, they're mostly white women. You know, so I definitely wanted to recognize a lot of the ladies that I know and people who I don't know of worldwide. DJ Reborn, I really, really admire her. DJ Valentine, Amber Valentine, Sassy Black, Stassi Boss, like they're my all-time favorites to DJ with as well. You know, we definitely have a good time together, and you know, amongst other women. One of the main challenges, I think, for us is we're raising 2 boys. Yeah. So we have to make sure that they have everything that they need, as well as what we need. Right. But you know, they are our priority.
How would you feel if our kids became DJs?
I would love it.
Me too.
Which means I can quit and they can do all the parties with me. You know?
Yeah.
Duncan, did you?
Nice stains.
Hi, hello, this is Beth.
Come to the conference room, please.
Hi.
We were just having a meeting about the Art Basel releases.
It looks like you're staring at a plant.
Don't be a bitch.
Okay.
So we were just talking about the Art Basel releases, and you gave them to Duncan?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So when we give you work to do for us, and then you give it to Duncan, you make us look really lazy.
You are lazy.
What?
Wakey, wakey, I got a cakey. You want some?
That's my birthday cake, spelled wrong.
Hey, Beth. Hold up. Did we get a plant? What?
Is it your birthday? Happy 40th.
Oh, you're 40? Bummer.
No. Oh, I'm not 40.
Oh, buddy. Oh, you're feisty, aren't you? Hey.
Okay, so we're still in a meeting, Beth.
You need water?
Should I stay for the... I'll just... Happy birthday.
To you. Yeah, bye.
Duncan?
What?
I'm not feeling well, and it's lunch, so I'm just gonna go home.
No.
I've got 157 sick days.
Yep. I need for you to do all these press releases from now on. Her last headline was just a flame emoji, and the New York Post printed it verbatim. An honest question. Do you like being invisible? Hello?
No, I don't.
It's been 8 years, and you're still not an account executive. I've been waiting for you to step up, ask for a raise, anything. What do you want, Beth? What is your purpose? It can't just be this. Oh, look, Ivanka.
And so I told him, if you want to go on a date, you gotta come to Brooklyn.
Oh, hey girl, hey. Oh no, Beth, we didn't know you were coming. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything since Saturday.
I texted you. I'll be there in 10.
You didn't text me. Oh, yeah, you did. And I texted you back. That's weird.
I had a terrible day at work.
Oh, hey, can I give you a compliment? Even though you clearly haven't slept at all last night, your skin looks amazing.
Thanks. Hey, are you guys forgetting something? Today is my...
Holy shit! I just found my roommate's ex-fuck buddy's HBO password. Technically my fuck buddy.
Hey guys, it's my birthday.
Oh shit, I knew that.
Oh my God, I am so sorry.
You know, I actually thought that it was next week. I'm sorry. I'm such a disgusting person. I know that you must hate me.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's not fine.
You're
It is
the
your
best
birthday.
person.
Literally, your day is shit.
I value you so much. I cherish you. You are so valuable to me.
You're embarrassing me.
No. Plus, I forgot to get you presents for like the past 3 Christmases.
I don't celebrate Christmas!
That came out of nowhere.
Raya? You remembered.
You broke my computer.
Huh?
Netflix was all good. I sit down to watch The Crown, my password is erased.
Raya, you hadn't cleared your cache for 3 years.
I ask for so little in life.
All I want is at the end of
Roya.
the day, a little niceness.
Roya.
Sorry, niceness.
Roya! Do you love me?
Do you know what I have done for you? I raised you.
When my mom was working all the time, I stay in this horrible country for you. I have 3 jobs working all the time. Missing our family in Terra. Ungrateful sister, I can't believe it.
Seriously?
Guys, I love you. Please, I love you. Please.
I don't have
I
any
love
money.
you. I love you. Please. Bless you. God, bless you. I'll wait for you.
The hell? Goddess. Haha. Did you guys put this here? Oh, I get it. You all want to laugh at me, right? Dumb, lonely wallflower. Is that what this is?
No, we would never.
Goddess! We have been awaiting your arrival.
What is this? You're cruel. All of you. Cruel!
Oh, Goddess, wait, God.
No time like the present. Hey, Allah! I don't believe in you, okay? Got it? But I'm here now. I guess my brain is melted. So I can really kill myself now. Ow! Ow! Fuck. Ah.
Hey!
Hey. Wait. Am I normal again?
It is normal for a goddess to descend from the sky. Where else?
I didn't descend!
Why do you yell, Ishtar?
Who's Ishtar?
You are Ishtar, goddess of love, war, and civilization.
Maddie, time for yoga.
Oh. Oh.
Why do you say I'm Ishtar?
It is fact.
Why is it fact?
Because you're Ishtar. Daughter of Nana, sister of Utu. You're the fulcrum of justice and the giver of life. Your body is descended from Babylonia, where a mortal form once coupled with the shepherd Tammuz.
I coupled with a shepherd?
Your power has passed down, woman to woman, for the past 4,000 years. But you've forgotten that power.
What power?
Exactly.
That's it?
Would you like an Aperol Spritz? We just installed a Sonic.
Weird. Are you an Uber?
No. Problem. Wow. Please allow for me to Uber for you. Day or night, please.
Surge pricing?
No pricing, goddess. Of course not.
Fine, but don't call me goddess. Of all the ways to lose my mind, this has got to be the most annoying. Call me Beth.
Yes, Beth. Goddess, Beth. Where would you like to go?
To Bay Ridge. See, the one person I know will treat me like shit. My sister.
Jesus. Oh, no. They surrounded us.
Please, calm down and go home! Almighty Ishtar, I need a miracle. I've noticed that my Instagram followers aren't engaging as much. I think I'm losing them. No, I right now. Oh my God. Please, can I get a picture? Please?
Being crazy is driving me crazy.
Do you wish me to mow them all down with my SUV?
No, thanks.
Toto.
Toto. Like the dog.
Classic 80s new wave band.
No, don't kill them. But I do need to hurry. I'm just gonna make a run for it.
Goddess, Bay Ridge is far. Hey, there's no number. Day or night.
So I think I'm losing my mind.
Hail, Ishtar, my divine sister. You needed to recharge with a moon sleep. Sorry, almost done.
What? I've never heard you say the word sorry in my entire life.
My goddess sister, I love you.
Yeah, right.
I vow to protect you, my angel. You are here for a reason. We are so imbalanced. You must lead us into harmony.
Harmony? You once locked me in my room for 2 days. I missed my high school graduation. Can you just slap me in the face? Hard, like when we were kids. I think I might be caught in a lucid dream.
I will never do that to you again.
I'm nuts. This is it. This is insanity.
Life is a mystery. Everything changes all the time. We are young, then we are old. Maman and Baba were here. Now they're dead.
Can I just stay here tonight? I just want to be with you. No worshipers.
June, I've invited all the family to pay honor to you.
Nope.
Hey, car!
Goddess.
Hello. Hey, car, stop!
I love you.
Please! We love you, please!
Ow. Holy shit!
Your royal priestesses, goddess. She's angry. Jazz, the offerings. A finely woven rug and jewels. And oils.
Hey! Please stop.
But we're here to serve your every need.
I need to go to bed.
Would you like for us to begin preparations on breakfast?
No. Please just go home. And stop being so nice to me. It's freaky. Okay. Time to wake up from this weird-ass dream. Wake up. Wake up. Holy shit. That was the most epic nightmare in the history of nightmares. Yes!
Good morning, goddess.
No, no, no!
What's wrong?
I told you she wouldn't want Trader Joe's. We should have went to Whole Foods.
This is so real. This is how it is. This is my life. This is my life. You ladies do whatever you're doing. I'm going to work. Not about to let some weird alternate reality ruin my day. Hello? Hey! Duncan, come to the conference room, please.
What do you desire, most astonishing creature of immortal paradise?
Can we move past this whole worshiping thing, please? You are my boss, remember? I just want to come to work and be regular old shitty Beth. Your greatest ambition is to be Anna Wintour. You are a catty, social climbing, hyper-ambitious prick. Don't change now.
What, you like that I'm ambitious?
Yes.
Vain?
Yes.
Willing to do whatever it takes?
Exactly.
I will do whatever it takes to be your #1 servant, goddess. I will put those bitches to shame. I will be your top bitch!
No.
Please castrate me.
What?
What better way to serve your needs than to become a eunuch?
No! You do not want to be a eunuch, Duncan. You are out with a different guy every night. As someone who hasn't had sex in a 1.5 years, trust me, it's not great.
Better idea. Oh, you're gonna love this. Everybody, hello? Attention! In honor of our perfect goddess being here in the office, we are having our parade. A day early! Serena, Crown, Deshaun, banners, let's get this party started!
Fuck up!
Don't be angry, goddess.
I am not anybody's goddess. I snore. I have OCD. I am 32 years old, and my longest relationship was with a man I met on Reddit. Not only am I not a goddess, most of the time I don't even feel human.
I think you're the most beautiful, awe-inspiring treasure to ever walk this earth.
Well, I mean, I'm open to other opinions.
Your beautiful mascara is running down your cheeks. May I clean them for you?
Uh-huh.
Can you not see a false idol? She is no goddess.
You are so funny. You really believe all those mean things you said about yourself?
Yes.
Hey, I get it. You don't like attention. Think I don't get sick of looking like this? I can't even leave my house without someone asking for my phone number. But your perfection isn't going anywhere. Bam!
Bam.
Bam!
Bam!
Yeah!
Bam. Bam.
Plus, goddesses are mad perks. Everyone in New York wants to kiss your feet. And no one will disrespect you or laugh at you or make fun of your comic books.
Well, I don't have any comic
You
books.
can do whatever you want. Literally anything. And me. You get me. Today and forever. I pledge my life to you. Oh! Fire! Oh, it's exciting.
Mad perks. Juice. Gucci flip-flops.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it just incredible? We do hope you like it, goddess.
No hot tub? Whose house is this?
Oh, he lives in the shed.
Do I have to pay rent?
Nope.
How long do I get to stay here?
For eternity.
Cool. Wait, eternity? If I'm a goddess, does that mean I live forever? I tried to kill myself 3 times and each time it didn't work. Does that mean I can't die?
As a goddess, whatever you want will be given.
More like whatever you want. Healing, comfort, inspiration. Nobody actually cares about my feelings.
We care. We've always cared.
Yeah, very much.
Well, then don't pull me out.
Oh my God! Oh my God, Goddess! Are you okay?
Okay.
Goddess!
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 Goddess! Hide! Hey, come with me!
Can't breathe. Need CPR.
At your service.
I'm still choking.
Two vodka sodas, please.
I'm never leaving your side again.
Sweet.
No, no, no. Literally, you could drown.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I can't.
I pledge my life to your needs, day and night, body and soul. I can help you dress in the morning, iron your precious undergarments.
That's not necessary.
I can sleep under your bed. You won't know I'm there.
Okay.
I just want to spend every second of the day with you.
I'm gonna go for a walk. Don't follow me. I don't know if anyone's ever loved me, but I know this is not it.
Do you think she likes me?
All hail. Ugh. What the?
I figure we could do some with onion. What are you gonna do with them? You're just gonna throw them away?
Well, hello, my divine beauty. I have chicken for you, chai. Would it be okay if I stay here with you? There's 15 bedrooms.
Whatever. No beer, vodka, nada.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Goddess. We're just stressed AF. And I mean, you're not exactly lo may, which is okay.
You can leave anytime.
Would you like me to go to the store for you, Goddess?
No. I know just the man for the job.
How you doing, Goddess? Good.
Stupid bitch.
Just a little bit harder.
Oh, sure. Like this? Your feet feel like puppy ears.
That's literally not a compliment.
I just meant like in the soft way. Oh boy, it's getting late. Would you like me to escort you inside?
For the 12th time, no. I'm tanning.
Okay. Look, why don't you let me get all these people out of here so we can be alone finally?
What is your problem?
No problem.
You're supposed to be making my life easier, not annoyinger.
Is he displeasing you, Goddess?
Go back to Splish Splash, Aquaman.
Spoiled ass clown.
What? Huh? I played D1 lacrosse. Come at me, bro.
Swing that.
No.
Go ahead. Swing.
I ain't going nowhere.
Swing.
I'll do something, baby boy.
Come on.
Yeah. Dance, bitch. Yeah.
Seems like you don't. What are we supposed to do?
Oh, my face! My precious face! No! Not the flow! Not the flow! You stupid bitch! Come on! Come on!
Stop! Get up!
Enough! say they hate war, but truly you love it.
Oh, he started it!
I have ridden you into battle and aimed your spears. Your shame and anger rot inside of you. Men have always brought war. The time has come for women.
Wow.
Oh, that was amazing.
What just happened?
You speak truth.
I think I know why I'm here. Holy shit, I know why I'm here. She herself took many lovers. Awesome. That's me! The pic is terrible.
Goddess, please, I beg forgiveness for fighting. Your words gave me a revelation.
Me too. This whole time I thought I was supposed to be an emotional punching bag, but now I realize I'm supposed to stop other people from punching each other. I need to heal our violent world. I just have no idea how to actually do it, except for these weird superpowers that I can't really control. Holy fuck. Is that real?
Yeah.
It's never too late to wake up. Everyone deserves love. You don't have to work for it. It's our birthright. You. Definitely you. Think about it. We feel love when we're, you know, getting it on. In pregnancy, fetuses are like squishy little gummy bears made of love. Don't write that down. Everybody turn to the person next to you. Repeat after me. I love you.
I love you.
I will do no harm.
I will do no harm.
Except to ghosts, Nazis, mosquitoes, and people who clip their nails in public.
Except for mosquitoes, Nazis, ghosts, and Nazis.
I would say that that's everything I've ever wanted, but I never actually knew what I wanted. Oh my God, Elon Musk is so annoying. I'll call you when I can, dude. What do you want, Roya? I don't think I've ever asked you that.
To go back in time.
Oh. To see Mom and Dad?
No, to Tehran. It's not your home, but it's my home there. It's so lonely here.
I finally joined Coffee Meets Bagel.
I haven't been with a man in 16 years.
He's kind of cute. Who hired him? You're so mysterious, Roya. You never talk about Tehran or Mom and Dad. Were they really fancy? Are we descended from, like, a dynasty?
My mom grew up in a labor camp. Baba was a piece of shit.
Oh. I always thought he was really nice.
He cheated on her like 500 times. I'm glad he's gone. I did my best in raising you. My mom was always at work. It's hard to be a woman alone. Praise Chola, I'm so stubborn.
Wait, so how does it work with your religion, people? Do you believe in Allah and me?
Yes.
And what about Christ and Buddha? Am I like the ultimate cosmic side piece?
Yes. What is this?
Good afternoon. How can we help you?
Property, go.
Versace? Yes? No? Are you on the
One at a time.
Please, please, allow me to serve you in this way, Goddess. Trust me. From now on, all press inquiries go through me.
Who the hell are you?
I'm her publicist.
No wonder celebrities go to rehab. They want peace and quiet.
Have you ever maybe considered hiring more people to help us out?
I don't trust anyone else. Have you looked outside?
But look at this place. There are 36 rooms and a bowling alley.
Now, I'm setting up a couple of promo shoots plus a day or two of interviews. Oh, I'm sorry, how rude of me.
Have they left yet?
Yeah, for now, but they'll be back. I suggest an electric fence and a couple of dogs at the gate.
Really? It's just the press.
With all due respect, Goddess, the press killed Jesus.
What are you doing here?
We're your PR team, Goddess. You're the biggest celebrity in the world.
Yeah, you make Katy Perry look like Kirstie Alley.
We're here to make sure you guide the human race scandal-free.
It's the mayor's office.
We're doing great. Greenhouse emissions are down. The rail system is getting there. And soon, Brooklyn will have commerce to rival Manhattan. Things couldn't be better. Except, Trump's pulling our federal funding.
How much?
$5 billion a year.
Yikes. Why?
My son tried to strangle Barron at Ariana Grande's birthday party. I didn't break up the fight.
I see.
I was hoping you would speak with him. You never know when he's bluffing, deluded, or actually going to follow through. But this time, I think it's the latter. He gave me till 5 p.m.
Oh. All right. Fine.
Hello?
It's Richard.
Dick, you're early for a change.
I brought in some special counsel.
Hi, Mr. President. It's Goddess Beth.
You know, I have been asking, when am I gonna meet this lady? Huge fan, huge.
Thanks. I know you're pretty upset about Barron. How is he, by the way?
It's just sick. Really, no class. But Dick's always been that way. Isn't that right, Dick?
Please stop saying Dick.
You forgive him. The scars from your past are healed. You are at peace with the city.
I feel really good about giving this funding back. Beth, let's do lunch next week. Need your help with Jaina. And Dick, don't go and spend all this on schools.
Thank you.
Wow. Can you believe I just made Donald Trump my bitch? Maybe I could mind control all of Washington. Or the whole world. Yeah, no. Well, that's creepy. Okay, whose turn is it?
Me.
No, you had last night.
You had this morning.
Yeah, I did.
Good night, other stud.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh shit. The news. Have you seen the news?
No.
It's talk. It's your sex tape.
What?
It's viral. It's all over Twitter and Instagram, and millions of people in India are protesting.
Arkansas is rioting.
It's sex-shaming bullshit. What do you want us to do?
I don't know. No, don't follow me. I need to be alone. I didn't want any of this! I didn't even want to be alive. Why are you doing this? Now the entire world thinks I'm a slut. Probably have me destroyed just like every other spiritual leader since the dawn of time.
Humans are tedious, are they not? Do not flee.
Oh, I'm having a mental breakdown.
Incorrect.
Who are you?
I'm Aya, wife of Utu. The cult of Sarita worshipped me for 2,000 years. Also your sister-in-law.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You carry divine lineage. In Babylon, some 4,000 years ago, your spirit governed the greatest civilization on the planet. At a time when men and women were beloved equals.
So why am I the only one?
Ishtar came into your body when you were ready to take your own life. Marks the dawn of a new era in which the world honors the sacred feminine once more.
But someone made a sex tape of me last night.
Sex is beautiful. Repression is perverse.
So what do I do?
Offer them truth. The truth wears no clothes.
Oh, goddess. Did you see the news?
Yes.
Aspen and Bee have disappeared. I let a snake into your house.
Aspen? That fucking bitch. It doesn't matter. I need you to put together a press list. To end all press lists.
Okay, yes. I got it. Count on me.
Sex is beautiful. Repression is perverse.
Please hold your questions until after the goddess has finished.
Are you our other lover? Is she trying to get pregnant?
Twitter's calling this the porn of the century. Any comments?
Silence! If you seek the truth, open your eyes. I present Goddess Ishtar.
Did you know that you were being filmed?
Are you considering a career in porn, perhaps?
Are the rumors true about you and Jay-Z?
Maybe trying girl on girl?
Have you talked to Beyonce?
I used to be immortal, just like you. Yeah, it's true. I got sad. I got headaches. Now I'm a goddess. I have riches, powers, disciples. But the biggest difference between being a goddess and being immortal is shame. When my naked body goes viral and you utter shame, the shame is on you. The truth is naked. I have been naked for 4,000 years. This is no revelation.
You're impure! You human half-breed! You give into the same damn impulses as the rest of us. I mean, if I am gonna worship somebody, she had better be perfect. The best relationship she had was somebody on Reddit, okay? That is sad. Does she even know what Nair is? Does she know? I work so hard! I'm upset, it should be me!
Oh, shit!
That's messed up. But YOLO, okay, whatever.
Any questions?
Okay. Yes. Yes, girl.
Careful, Obji, please don't hurt yourself.
It's okay, I just need to practice.
Beth.
Still pissed she called me a half-breed. Maybe that's how I turned her into dust. I just had to be really pissed off.
Well, it's kind of true, you know.
What?
My mom was born in Iraq. She escaped to Iran when she was 12. It is what it is.
I'm half Iraqi?
You are all goddess, Junam.
Oh my God. Oh God, no. Oh.
Your pilgrimage begins now.
Stop! Could you please stop scaring me?
Only in ancient Babylon will you learn to control your powers. Find your way home.
Ancient Babylon.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Hey, you've reached Chris. Leave a message.
Hi. We spoke this morning about your filming this documentary of Oric, and I've given it thought, and I just don't feel good about it at all. I don't want to be interviewed about him and bring that all up again. It's too painful and dangerous, may I say.
We had a friendship, we both laughed at things that were involved with serious work and what we're doing. But still, you're friends. I don't know, it's just, friend. Is that what describe what that is? Because it's so much.
A woman who called herself Mary Magdalene called someone, the Department of Health, or maybe she made more than one call, but she called and said, my name is Mary Magdalene, and I'd like to report a dead body.
We didn't call it a cult, of course. A cult never calls itself a cult. I'm a farm boy. Well, I used to be. Gene Kelly taught me how to dance when I was 9 years old. I used to go to movies of Gene Kelly's, see him 2 or 3 times and take notes and practice on my own. So that's what I wanted to do, showbiz.
It was rampant through theater. On a much broader scale, I find that the people in theater are much more curious and open to new things. So that's where it happened, and it was just word of mouth. One person talks to one person, it just spreads.
I got introduced to Todd by my friend. We were in a Broadway show together. When it became talked about astrological charts, I said, oh, $50 at that time was $50. It still is, but I thought, okay, that's an okay investment. And that's how it all started for me with Oric Bobar.
The charts were like 10 pages long, single space. He got it right on the nose for a lot of people.
The gist of the chart was that I've chosen a life of physicality. I grew up in Alabama, my father was a football coach, and then I announced that I wanted to be a ballet dancer. Danced with New York City Ballet and Twyla Tharp and Harkness. And now here I am, 67, and I'm still competing in powerlifting. So I still have had a very physical life.
When people went to Ulrich requesting a chart, if he thought that they were good candidates, he would suggest that they do the meditation which he called the work. The first work was for 9 months. Once a day, try to do it at the same time each day. You sit down and you visualize a circle with a dot in the center. Either black on white or white on black, whichever you want. For 5 minutes, you try to keep that, only that in your head. And then the next 5 minutes, you do the next symbol, which was like a crossroads. Last one was equilateral triangle, same thing. The idea was to take everything else out of your brain except that symbol. And after the first meditation, if you'd done well enough, you got a next meditation. And the next meditation was different for each person.
But at the time, the overall philosophy was that you're part of a bigger system and that your life on Earth was one incarnation. And there are many incarnations that happen. The analogy was a cup with a larger vessel. And you pick the life that you're going to be born into.
I met him in person the first time. I was going to stay 2 weeks with him. God, I didn't know what I was looking for. I was this little tiny, beautiful picturesque station in Italy. Finally somebody appeared, and it was him. Had this bright red hair. Ooh. I didn't know anything about his past or anything else. I just knew this person.
I was performing with Harkness at the time. We were touring around Europe. I went down to Italy to see him for a day. We went out to go to lunch, and he drove, and all of a sudden, Ulrich is foaming at the mouth. I mean, he's screaming in Italian, arms waving, and just a road rage manifestation. And after the incident, I was like, mouth open, aghast at the whole situation. And he said, no. He said, you have to remember, I'm human. I'm just a vehicle for this message.
I'm not a follower, but when I chose to, I really committed to it, and I became a factor in what he was doing. There were always maybe 2 or 3 people in New City that would help people start, because he was in Italy. So we wrote letters at least once a month. I was kind of a first lieutenant assistant.
I kept my word. Now I'm going.
Oh, you can't go, mister. I won't let you go.
But I've got to. Do you think I can stay here forever?
There ain't no place for you to go, except back where you came from.
I'll never go back where I came from.
He told me so many times he could never come because the energy here was so intense and so awful, it would kill him. And this one time, I didn't hear from him for quite a while. He said he went into a coma. Well, he hated hospitals, hated drugs, hated all that. I think it really freaked him out a bit. The next time I hear from him, he said he's coming to New York to live, which was shocking.
You know, like anybody else who had had their chart done by Ulrich Bovar, you go, I'd like to meet him.
When he walked in the door from the airport, I didn't recognize him. First of all, he had almost a whole bunch of weight, down to really thin, just looked smaller in every way. His hair was white, it was a big change from red. He told me what he was going to do and what he was going to say and all that sort of thing. I was trying to wrap my head around it. But he told me then that he wanted me to keep notebooks, keep a journal about all this. April 12, 1975. Many disciples and students began a self-imposed period of purification as recommended by Ulrich. These things include a special diet, no alcohol or drugs, and a vow of celibacy until married. A few celibacy for the rest of their lives.
You'd look at those eyes, and then those eyes would be like calm, like the glassy surface of a nice lily pond.
Early on, I was at a couple of parties in New York with him, and every time he moved, like people just, it was like a magnet, like this, like this.
So there were these little things along the way that kind of pulled you closer and closer. And then when it was announced that he was the second coming, I kind of went, what? You're what?
Friday, August 22nd, 1975. Oric began to tell me the most inspiring story. He said that he'd been overshadowed by the Christ for 12 years, and from now on, the return of Christ was a reality. Oh, very exciting to think that you're going to be part of something that people have been waiting for, not just Jesus, but anybody. They all said they'd come back again. Nobody has yet. You know.
Oric, in my estimation, believed that he as the messenger was more important than the message, and started doing some really crazy, goofy stuff, boy.
He would go through an exorcism.
Put a hand here and a hand back here, right there.
Not even a massage. It would almost be like a little circling.
And go through this whole kind of ritual kind of chanty thing about getting rid of it, you know, very dramatic.
You're looking at somebody who's very, very charismatic and is now saying some pretty strange stuff. And it's almost like a character study. You go, what makes this guy tick? What's going on?
September 1st, 1975. Oric had predicted that there would be a major earthquake on that day, and that we should leave the city by 3 p.m., that we should wait there, that we should inform those we love of this, even the ones who were not on the work. People had convoys of people going out of town. So there were rehearsals in New York being canceled because people were afraid and didn't want to stay at rehearsal. They just canceled rehearsal. People got in cars, whatever, they got out, wherever they had to go.
You're talking about like Broadway shows and...
Right. I was organizing people to do whatever. And the last minute, I called him. I was about ready to get out of there. And he said, no, you're coming here. Don't tell anybody. There'll only be a couple of people here. 4:10. We were told time had nothing to do with the message and would hold us in bondage. Said it was a test. It was going to happen another time. Went back to his room. Didn't come out again until the next time it was supposed to happen. And everybody was like full out by then. I was in the music room, sitting behind the piano. In the dark, you couldn't even see me. And the others were in the living room, and they were all asleep. And there was a big chandelier over the piano. It was on dim. And he went up there, he looked around, saw the people in there. He went up and hit it to make it start moving, and then ran into the living room saying, like, it's happening, look, it's happening. And I don't know, well, I went through a whole bunch of stuff real fast. I knew it was going to collapse. I didn't know how. I had no idea how, but I knew it was, the whole thing was going to fall in.
Well, first of all, everyone in the building was shocked, of course. And then people who lived on that floor was telling me other stories. No wonder. It was like really cold around that time. And for some reason, the people in the 17H, they had their windows wide open because the wind was whistling through the apartment and under the door into the hallway. They were throwing out dozens of air freshener in the compactor room. You know what that's about, right?
I think Oric felt that this was the one. He was going to cure this guy's cancer. They were chanting around him to help him, and he died. So they chant to bring him back to life, which is even better than curing him.
Now it became a news item because it was like a health violation. You're not supposed to have a dead body hanging out without reporting it. Once there was a court date established that he had to show up in court, that was real. I didn't hear about that until after the fact, and I think that's tied directly to his demise.
One morning at 7:30 in the morning, I get a phone call. Somebody who I had put on the meditation, on the work, he was walking his dog that morning, walked his dog out when the body fell. And he went right back in the house, called me. I remember thinking, oh well, I knew something was going to happen, but not this.
Can't run any farther. I'm tired. Hearing those dogs in the swamps.
You ain't running no more.
There was a period of letdown and even depression, feeling that I really got took.
Early on, I saw him as a human being. When the message stayed the same, but his behavior became erratic, I was able to separate from it.
I got rid of all my antiques. I got rid of everything, and went back to Midwest because I had no money anyway. I went back home, and I found this group of players. I started telling them this story. He said, "Oh my God, you got to write this down." So I went back to my little office, and about 3 days I was typing away like a madman, and I finished the thing. Who knows what happened? No one will ever know, I suppose. I think something happened to his brain in that coma in Italy. Something small that allowed his magnetism to somehow stay intact. Anyway, he was my friend. There are many paths in life to roam, some safe, some too safe, some treacherous, some fatal. The one I like to make my home is a path that's on the edge. Living on the edge, living on the edge, walking the line that tests the balance like a tightrope. This life, no nets, living on the edge.
Thank you for being with us today and choosing to spend your time with American Princess and Gotham Whale. We're going to be pulling out of the dock momentarily. Captain Tom is going to be getting us off the dock.
We're going out the inlet this morning, out of Rockaway Inlet, and then out to the Atlantic Ocean in search of the whales and dolphin. And we'll see what we can find. My father started the business in 1945 when he came back from World War II. He bought a boat, and we've been boating ever since, my whole life, fishing, cruising, and then now whale watching. In the early 60s and 70s and right up to the 90s and 2000, there was very few whales. We would see one whale a year. The last 6 or 7 years, the waters have gotten a lot clearer, and there's been a tremendous increase in menhaden. Now, menhaden or bunker is a fish that the whales feed on. Today we have a little wind to deal with, and that sometimes is a problem. When we get out the inlet and it's too rough to go in the ocean, we have to look up in the bay, and that limits us. That probably limits us 50%.
I'm going to need all of you today to have your eyes on the water to help me locate the whales. Gotham Whale, we're a nonprofit organization. We do marine education, outreach, and research on humpback whales in the western New York Bight. Paul approached Captain Tom Palladino of the American Princess, told him about what he was hearing. It was corroborating with what Captain Palladino had already heard himself. And so they formed this partnership between the American Princess and Gotham Whale. They are our platform, and we are the research and education arm.
We're the only group that is studying them, specifically reporting what we see, where we see it, when we see it, and we're accumulating that information to give an overall picture of where they are, what they're doing, and where they're likely to be in the future. It's just amazing to think that these animals are right here in Brooklyn. However, there's a wonderful print that was done by a Dutch explorer in 1678 that shows the entrance to the harbor, the Verrazano's Narrows, and he drew a number of whales right in the same area that we're seeing them. So instead of having the Coney Island amusement in the background, they had whales just in the same spot. But of course, they were hunted out almost to extinction during the golden era of whaling.
It's been 40 years since the Clean Air and Clean Water Act came into being, so that legislation from the 70s is still bearing fruit today. We need to have people see how beautiful these creatures are and how important it is for us to protect them and the resource they live in.
Both sides, on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Early part of June, we were seeing multiple whales each time that we went out. And then for some reason that we have not identified, the whales went away. If the whales stopped coming, that would be a real disappointment. Well, we had one report of a whale in the area yesterday, so we're hoping he'll stay around. But of course, as our boat captain says, they have tails and they move around. The weather is good, the seas shouldn't be too rough. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed, keep a keen eye on the water, and we're going to hope that we can spot them.
3 o'clock.
Directly in front of us. Who would ever believe that there would be humpback whales in New York City? There are so many children that live near the water. They can see the water, but they've never been in or on the water in any way. Nature is imbued with the power to heal. Bringing people out here onto the ocean to be able to see the magnificence of the creatures that live underneath the water in their natural environment, get them connected, they will be more apt for the rest of their life to know how important it is to preserve and protect this environment.
Down he goes.
Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means, the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just think about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like, you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of, to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know?
Are you okay?
Good. I'm calling.
Come sit.
Are you hurt?
How?
Hi, I'm reporting a robbery.
What happened?
Crescent Street and 31st
You okay?
Ave. Yeah, a young lady.
Check your bag.
She lost her purse. Two kids just grabbed
I
her.
lost them, but I got what they looked like though.
Yeah.
Did anybody call the cops?
Yeah, this guy called the cops over
They're on their
here.
way. They're on their way.
Two white adults, one with a black hoodie, one with a beard.
Shaved head guy.
With a shaved head, yeah.
Well, the police are on their way, so.
Did you have something important in that bag?
Yeah, my phone, my wallet, all my money. I had a lot of cash on me, my credit cards.
Can we call somebody?
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
You're gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay.
Are you
Thank
sure?
You.
Are the cops coming?
I'm really,
Yeah, the
thank
police
you
should
so
be here
much.
soon.
Okay.
All right.
You have to cancel your car.
Yes?
Good luck.
Yeah.
And we have the
Yes.
police coming. So.
We need to. When did you call them?
I just called them right after.
You
They said they're going to be right here.
You cancel your car.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So
I just.
We'll wait here and,
I think, you know what? Do you want to go to the station?
Yeah. We can all go.
No, we have to stay here. We have to stay here to
I think
when the
he's
police
right.
come. You take her to the station.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Like, and he'll help identify the people.
Okay. Is that
And
cool?
then we'll
Thank
stay
you.
here for the police.
Okay.
All right.
We'll wait for the police.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
I'll
you.
help ID.
Sure.
And
It's
you
just
guys can be
things.
here, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can't believe this. These kids.
Poor girl.
It's a good thing we were here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So. Are you in a rush?
Oh no. I'm just going home.
Oh, okay, because I have a doctor's appointment and I think I can still make it. It's just that my foot really hurts. And, yeah, so, I mean, if you could wait for the police to get here, if you don't mind.
No, I
I
no,
just would
go.
hate to
Oh
come
my
back
God,
out here
no.
again because it's really hard to get this appointment
Yeah,
with this
no,
doctor.
I'm so sorry. Go. I wait.
You don't mind? Okay. Thank you. If you're okay with that. Yeah. What a world.
People problem. We re-elected 90% of incumbents back into office. So
Democrats and Republicans alike are not into solving this problem in a serious way.
And if I can finish what I was going to say, and as we know, there are 750,000 cases right now in the backlog of asylum seekers.
Tom, that has been a problem that has been building through the
Bottom line is your last speaker's is wrong. I mean, the data speaks for itself. Yeah, a lot of them are clean copies. I get it.
so sorry. You want me to come?
No. He's gonna be home soon. I have to go.
Okay. Call me back.
Yeah, okay. Bye.
To brzmi jak dzięcioł. Twój ulubieniec mówi cześć. Tęskni za tobą. A teraz? Wiesława i Beata Szkada zabrały mnie ze sobą do Gdyni. Czy pamiętasz, jak skakałaś do morza w ubraniu? Czy pływasz w Ameryce? Czy może brzmi tak samo? Koniec roku. Dzieci będą biegały wokoło tak jak te dawniej. Nie zapominaj tych odgłosów, moje dziecko. Przypominają twój dom. Zawsze będą przypominać ci twój dom.
Okay, bye.
tired? I can stir. I can help. I can. No? Maybe.
I like doing it. My specialty.
How's your day? Baby. You okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good question. What's wrong?
Let's go out.
What do you want to do?
Can we get ice cream?
No. No, just Mom and Dad this time. We need alone time too, okay?
Fine.
Am I in trouble?
No. No. I know. Next time.
You got so good.
I don't know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, baby. What's wrong? Maddie. Baby.
Your dad died. The hospital called and I'm so sorry. There was, they said there was a car accident and he was driving and then another car hit him and then he died. That's what they said. And
what?
I'm so sorry.
Why? What are we doing here, Maddie?
I don't know.
You didn't call me. Why?
I don't know.
You had no right.
I know.
Not to say anything.
I'm so sorry. Let's go to the hospital. We can go to the hospital now. Where are the keys? Wait. It's okay. Please.
Dad? Dad?
Way back at a stranger, but it's so rhyming, it's so loud. I wonder if they feel like this as well. I hate getting pushed around, hate getting pushed around, hate getting pushed around. Still I'm having a good time.
Rishi? We don't lock the door. We don't do that.
Go away.
What's wrong? I'm not leaving until you talk to me. Hey, you can close it, but we don't lock it. Hi, what's wrong? No, why? What happened? Okay. Oh, God, you have to say that. I thought it was... I'm sorry, can I call you back? It's just, I'm in the... Oh, God, I know. And I'm so happy for you. I'll call you back.
Is everything okay? What's going on?
Rishi's locked himself in the room. So you ran up quickly and he locked the door.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
No, now. Please.
Okay.
Ben.
Calm down. Calm down. Hi, Rishi, it's Papa. You want to talk? Hey, Mama's not mad at you. We just want to talk to you, beta. Rishi?
That's enough, Rishi. He's been in there for 10 minutes.
Beta, listen, we're not mad at you, okay, beta?
Oh, he knows we're not mad at him.
I think he's fine. Just freaking out again.
I'm not freaking out.
He gets nervous when you do this, you know.
Well, what do you want me to do? Shut myself in the kitchen and let someone else take over?
Gagan, I just got here. I'm just...
I just want you to be here.
I am here, okay?
Do you even know what he's feeling?
I'm trying to help.
Rishi! Rishi! Please come out, boo!
Rishi, beta, listen, I just want to talk to you. Let's make a deal, okay? Mama's gonna leave, and just let me in, and we'll talk, and then we'll get some ice cream. Okay, beta?
Are you okay?
Stop yelling
I'm
at
not
him. He's
yelling at
Yes,
him.
yes, you are.
You think everything is my fault?
No, that's not true.
I'm here. I'm actually here with him. Rishi, open this door.
Calm down.
Open this door.
Calm down.
Open the
Gagan,
door, Rishi.
Stop. Gagan. Gagan, stop it! I'm sorry.
Rishi. Rishi. Boo boo. I'm sorry. Rish.
Let me try this.
So they greenlit this pilot, which made me happy, but so now the task was, will they greenlight the series? Because they're really uptight and very politically correct. And anyway, so the first thing I needed was a camera person, and I thought of this guy Jason. He was like pretty much the best camera person that I ever worked with. I've worked with really bad camera people, and he made a horror film that I liked a lot. I also needed a sound person, and I couldn't afford one. The budget that they gave me was, anyway. So I asked my friend Peter, who had interviewed me years ago for an article he was writing that had been published in a book.
Fuck the book. Get rid of the book. I don't want the book.
I don't have this memorized.
Just say, I'm a Sex Addict is the most important film of the new century.
I refuse to do that.
That's great.
Anyway, so we shot a camera dress right in this studio. And I couldn't decide what the backdrop should be. Should it be like green screen? Or should it be like white? Or should it just be black? Black's a little boring. But green screen can be, video art-ish. Anyway, and Aziz was here to let us into the studio, and also because he wanted to make sure that we didn't do anything that would get him in trouble.
Just call me when you're done, okay? I just want to make sure you don't steal anything, okay?
And I was like, do you think he was kidding?
No, he wasn't kidding.
So the first thing we shot was at my house. And Mandy, my wife, our relationship isn't the greatest. And we haven't had sex for a long time, and we fight a lot. And she's kind of she has a love-hate relationship to my work. She likes my work, but she also resents it.
I do not feel like being on camera.
But then we shot it, and she really had a good time. And I felt like, oh, there's hope for us yet. And maybe this show will bring us closer together. And then we were going to shoot the scenes at Karpovsky's apartment, and Eleanor comes.
Hi.
And then we talked about doing nudity.
Yeah, I'm okay with nudity.
People say that sometimes, and it's not true. They're not really okay with it when it comes down to it.
It's something that I'm not comfortable with doing on screen.
Could you please do it anyway?
No.
Then we were going to shoot the sex scenes, and Eleanor was like,
Wait, we're doing that?
I was like, oh, are you okay with that? And she was like,
Yeah.
but I wasn't sure she was really okay with it. But, she was okay with it enough. So we shot the sex scenes. Action. And, it was daytime because Alex could only shoot in the day, but it's supposed to be a night scene. So Jason said,
well, let's just make it bluish.
But I didn't like the way it looked. It looked bluish. And so I said, just throw some light on.
Well, it's just going to look like daylight then.
Anyway, I always doubt myself. I never, I think something, but then I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm wrong a lot. And then we were shooting a scene, and he was panning with Eleanor to the door. And then he panned back to Alex. And I was like, don't pan back to Alex. Stay with Eleanor.
But you're not going to use that shot.
And I was like, how do you know you're not going to use that shot? I'm not going to use that shot?
Okay.
I love Jason, but, sometimes a DP can make you feel like you're an idiot. And so there was a little bit of that. And I was like, okay, fine. And I think he was right. But when he panned with Eleanor, you could see her underwear because it was a wider shot. So I was like, do you mind taking off your underwear?
You want me to take off my underwear?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, but what are you doing? Why you really want to do that? I mean, BRIC's they're not gonna put that on now.
Someone told me once that
if you're working with censors, make sure you give them something to censor. And then they'll feel like they're doing their job, and you can get the rest of the stuff through no problem.
That's a stupid idea. I don't know why you want to do that.
I just don't want to make a watered-down piece of shit pussy show.
They're never gonna greenlight it.
Well, then they don't greenlight it. And then there was a scene we were doing with Alex where you need to take off his underwear too, because you could sort of see it. Hey, Alex, we can see your underwear. So we either should put the blankets over you, or we should take off your underwear, or we could go tighter.
Yeah, I'll pull the blanket up. Like that.
Actually, that looks stupid, Alex. It's people don't really have sex like that.
Well then, yeah, go tighter. Pull the camera in closer.
And I should have just said, well, I don't care. I was worried that if I said, take off your fucking underwear, it would have been weirder for Eleanor. But there'd be, So anyway, I was like, okay, fine. So we shot that scene, and she was supposed to say,
hit me.
And she kept saying, hit me? Like a question. But it's hit me. And so and then also they weren't being quite rough enough. So I had to show them how to be rougher.
Okay, you want those sounds?
Yeah, and then you're more like, and then when you look over like this. Anyway, I was worried about getting Eleanor to retell the paraplegic threesome story that she had told us for an earlier iteration of the show. And it's about different people having sex in Brooklyn. But she'd been having second thoughts about my using the story in the pilot because she was worried that it might come off as exploitative, and also she was worried about what if the paraplegic woman saw it, and she didn't want to hurt her feelings or make her feel weird about it.
So my boyfriend wanted to have a threesome. I was kind of like against the idea, but we met this woman once when we were on like a little trip, and she seemed quite interested in him, sort of like turned on and like smitten by him. She was sort of laughing, and I saw something of myself in her in this funny way. So I basically thought, oh cool, I can be sort of something like a pimp. You can hook up with him if you want. I've got some weed.
Great, let's go smoke some weed.
So we went, followed her up to her house, and had a glass of wine, had some cigarettes. We were talking for a little while. It was awkward at first.
Still making out with her.
I started making out with her, and then she started making out with him. And then I started making out with my boyfriend, and then he started making out with her. We took off each other's shirts, and I was sucking her tits, and she was sucking my tits. And the interesting thing was that she had no feeling, right, from the waist down, because she was a paraplegic. So she told us,
And get off with my mouth.
and she said that she was really good at giving head. And so am I. So we both started sucking him off. We took turns, and eventually he came, I felt good that I was the one who got him off while she was making out with him. But it was a really, really, really nice experience. I don't know. It was fun.
And it was moving, and it was strange, and it was beautiful. I loved it. And I just loved hearing her talk about this story. So we just did a bunch of takes. Let's do it again.
Okay.
But then I thought we need some cutaways so we could break it up because it's a long story. So we did a cutaway of me and Alex listening to Eleanor tell the story. And it was getting kind of old. It's the same story over and over again. So I said, tell a different story. So she told this other story.
This time I had a threesome with 2 young boys.
And so we had enough reaction shots, but kind of just wanted to hear how the story ended.
Then the one on my right who gave me the $5, he was just getting turned on.
So then we went, okay, so we're with Eleanor afterwards, and I'm saying,
You did such a great job with that, telling that story. I think maybe we should just shoot that. Do you think Sam would be willing to, play himself?
I'd have to ask him. I don't know if he would feel comfortable doing that.
And she told us all these stories about him and them, and he's seeing these other women, and it drives her crazy, but she accepts it. And in the cab ride on the way back to the next shoot, Jason was saying,
He totally has her wrapped around his finger.
and I was kind of like, oh yeah, I guess so. But also there's something so touching about her willingness to do things for him. I was very touched by their relationship, the way it sounded. And he wanted to meet me before agreeing to do it.
Hi.
How's it going? Hey, Sam.
Hi, Kaveh.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi.
I have no idea what the fuck you're doing. I just hope that you get the right tone and stuff.
I mean, yeah, me too. I want the right tone too.
I know you're doing something, which is very refreshing for me. I have no idea what that is.
So, I was tripping on mushrooms once, and there was this guy I was in a park, and there was this guy in a wheelchair. And normally I would look away because I would think that they don't want you to stare at them. But because I was tripping, I was just like, hey man, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great too.
Cool.
And then we passed, and there was just this beautiful moment of exchange. And I could feel that no one ever does that. He really appreciated it. And I was just thinking, it's so weird that people look away.
I can relate to that.
Anyway, so he said he would do it, and then we had to find someone to play her. And I thought of who's going to play this woman. They wanted someone a little older, but attractive. And I thought, oh, how about who's a friend with, and also used to go out with, who had told me once we were having lunch.
If you're ever looking for a woman to do a sex scene in one of your movies, I know a woman. She's up for anything.
And I was like, okay. File that away. And then he sent me a picture of her, and she was like naked. But it was a really interesting picture. And then I met her, and I was like, oh yeah, I'd like to make a movie with her sometime. And then like he told me like her boyfriend was jealous, and anyway, she said she couldn't do it that weekend. And also Aziz I had to show it to Aziz like right away. He was insisting that, you know, they had to decide if they were going to greenlight it or not. And so I said, okay, fine, we'll just push it back to this episode.
You should cut the cameras till we're rolling.
He uses all of this.
Yeah, goodbye.
Ready? Yeah, action. So yeah, so we're editing the thing, and we're trying to come up with a title. And I get stoned one day, and I come up with a title that I love. And the title is Self-Reflexive TV Show About Its Own Making. And I was like, I love this, Kaveh, you love this title. Do not change this title. Don't let anyone talk you out of this title. You love this title. Doesn't matter whether anyone else loves it or not. You love it. It's about you and what you love. And I wrote down a note, Kaveh, please, please, please do not let anyone talk you out of this. So I was really worried about someone talking me out of it. So I showed it to Peter, and I said, I'm not changing it. This is the title. I don't care what you say. And he said,
I actually like it.
And I was like, oh, good. And then I showed it to Mandy. She's the real tough one.
That is a terrible title.
I was like, Mandy, it's not terrible in and of itself. It's just terrible to you. I like it.
No, it's a terrible title for everybody.
I was like, how would you know? How would you know? And she was like, I believe me. First of all, self-reflexive TV show about its own making is redundant. Self-reflexive TV show is obviously about his own making. And I was like, she's kind of got a point.
It doesn't matter what you call it. They're not going to greenlight it.
Anyway, I wanted Aziz to watch it with an audience so that he could hear people laughing and realize it was funny, but he refused.
No.
I mean, he was willing to watch it with me, but nobody else, because he wanted to make sure there was nothing in it that he needed to censor.
So it's just a formality. Everybody's really down with the whole thing. We really want to do it. You just need to write down, just map out the episode. You just need to write it down.
And he didn't laugh much.
I mean, I like it, but I'm worried about losing my job.
What parts are you worried about?
Well, what I'm mostly worried about is when my character reacts when you say...
You mean like minorities?
And the guy who plays me rolls his eyes.
Why is that a problem?
Well, most of the people that I work with, they're minorities, and it's going to seem like I'm not into that.
That's not what that means.
But he was worried about that and about being fired. And I was like, well...
Thanks for making my job harder, Kaveh.
He was kind of joking, but not.
Well, I'm going to show it to Tony. If Tony likes it, maybe he can get people on board.
So he showed it to Tony, who was like above him in the pecking order, and then I get a call.
We need to talk.
Did Tony like it?
Yeah, he just wants to have a conversation.
About what?
Stuff.
So I meet with Aziz and Tony, and Tony says,
this is publicly funded, tax dollars, so no nudity, no titties, no ass, nothing.
And I'm like, thank God it worked. Everything else was fine. There were no other changes that they demanded. But the main thing was they were saying, like, you agree that you're not going to say anything derogatory about BRIC. And I was like, what? I can't do that. Like, what if I'm doing an interview or something and I'm like, hey, this guy's a really uptight man. Aziz is a fucking asshole. Like, I want to be able to say that if I feel like it. And they're like,
look, no, it just says you don't put out a press release that has anything derogatory about BRIC in the release.
So I can say it? He's like, like they didn't want to say anything because they knew anything they said would be used in the show. And so we signed the contract, and then I walked out, and I was like, so happy. I have a show. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, now I gotta, like, think of what to fucking do.
Ready?
All right. So in the last episode, I confessed to having a crush on Eleanor. And I also explained that I've been keeping it a secret from both her and Mandy. And I've been meaning to tell Mandy, but I've been waiting for the right moment. But now that I was telling the whole world, I needed to tell Mandy before it aired. So the question was like, when and how? I knew she'd take it a lot better if she was high. So I got her very high.
I'm just so stoned. I barely know what we're talking about.
And she took it really well.
This is going to be great for the next episode.
And she even gave me a really good idea for the show.
You should film Eleanor when you tell her.
And we had a really good talk. And I was like, I can't believe this is going so well. But I was worried that the next day it was all going to come crashing down, which it did. She was very, very depressed the next day. She had a hard time getting out of bed, and she was really just sad all day, you know, and she felt rejected and unloved, I guess. And, you know, she was so, like, deeply sad that she wasn't able to be as attentive to the children, and I felt guilty about that, in addition to everything else. But so there were 24 hours of gloom. But then the next day she seemed much better, and you know, the truth is, it brought us closer together. I mean, you know, secrets pull you apart, and confessions bring you together, usually, unless they don't. But so now we needed to tell Eleanor, but I wanted to film it. So she came over to look at the footage I shot, which included my confession about having a crush on her. Do you mind if we film you watching it?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Ready. Okay.
You want to sit next to me?
Sure.
So he can elbow
Yeah.
you? Fine.
Okay, here we go.
Ay, ay, ay.
So after the first episode, I kind of had a little bit of a crush on Eleanor.
She said that she was really good at giving head, and so am I.
You know, she's beautiful and free and wild and open and just, you know. And I was kind of joking to Peter. Isn't it? And I was like, maybe I should break up. Maybe I should, you know, Eleanor, she's my soulmate. I don't know. And then me and Mandy, we get stoned together, like once a week. I try to get stoned with her once a week because I find that it's like our couples therapy. If I get stoned with her, we get along really well. And I was like, we got to get stoned, and we got to talk about whether we're going to stay together or not. And she was really worried, and she felt worried about being abandoned. And her mother committed suicide when she was a kid, and she has these abandonment issues. And I was like, I'm not going to abandon you. I mean, we have kids together. We're always going to be together. But Eleanor is wonderful, and I think anybody is very lucky to be with her.
This I love Eleanor stuff is, you know, it's very flattering and warm feeling, and of course I love you, Kaveh, but I don't love you, Kaveh.
Right. I figured.
I know.
It was just, I wasn't sure for a minute. But anyway, after some persuasion, she agreed to reenact the scenes of us meeting at the movie theater. And then in the cab on the way to the shoot, she asked me.
So, have you talked to Mandy about all of this yet?
Yeah, I told her.
That's good. And what'd she say?
She said,
You know, we should invite Eleanor over and just like hang out and like normalize things.
I think that's a really good idea. Yeah. I'd love to meet the kids, and I don't want Mandy feeling weird or anything, so I think that would be a really good idea.
yeah. And then when we were reenacting our late night talk after the screening, she told me why she had sent me that text message.
Because I got so excited that I was an artist in some way, that I had the capacity to be an artist, that I was a filmmaker. And you gave me that encouragement that I had the right, that I had this vision, this idea to make something, you know, interesting, meaningful, substantial.
You don't need to think about
No.
But then in the cab, on the way to my place, she said,
Of course the thought, like, crossed my mind, like, what would it be like to be with Kaveh, you know? Of course it did.
so it was kind of like a bit of a mixed message, you know, like, denial and then confession. But basically, by bringing it out in the open, it was, I killed it. I killed the energy of it, I think. I did. For myself, certainly, but probably for her too, or there wasn't as much for her, clearly. But anyway, when we get back, Sam is there.
Can I ask you something?
Hey.
Hey, how are you? Can you... Sorry, I need to ask him something. Can you pay me back for that Coke I bought?
You bought Coke?
Yeah, for the shot.
So, during the making of the paraplegic threesome in episode 2, Sam took me aside and told me that he had ADHD and he was on Adderall, but he was out of Adderall and he had been up all night and needed to do Coke to stay awake because he was out of Adderall. And he said that if I wanted to film him doing Coke, I could. So I said, okay. But then the footage that we shot was accidentally deleted. And since the Coke scene happened during the making of episode 2, I decided to reenact it for episode 3. So I called Sam and I asked him, would you be willing to reshoot the Coke scene? Now, I should explain that the last time I saw him, he had told me,
I've been sober for 8 days.
Really?
Yeah.
So I told him, we don't have to really do Coke though, we could fake it.
Tell him we can crush up some Adderall and you can use that instead.
We can crush up some Adderall and use that instead.
No, it's not gonna... Adderall is all purple and shit. It has to be cocaine or it won't look right.
Okay, whatever you want. So anyway, when he arrived at my place, he'd already done the Coke that he was supposed to reenact doing on camera.
So I was wondering, could you pay me back for the cocaine that I bought for the scene? It was like $28, it's nothing.
So I paid for the Coke and we started shooting the scene.
Drugs are really corporate.
But instead of reenacting the scene, he throws the Coke in the toilet.
It's a dead mythology, man.
Did you do
Drugs, no, I'm not going to subscribe to drug use on camera. Drugs are for stockbrokers, not artists.
So you don't want to do it?
No.
And I was like, oh, what a fucking asshole, like. And I feel guilty because Eleanor is mad at him because he did Coke right before he came and he had stopped. And I feel guilty because I'm the one who gave him the idea to do Coke, I guess, by saying, would you do Coke in this movie? And so then he got Coke. But they're fighting.
Are you actually on cocaine right now?
What?
You were going to quit.
It's not fucking sin. I'm just doing a little cocaine. It's fucking stupid.
You're supposed to be acting it. You can act it. What?
I don't want to fucking act. I'm not doing cocaine, I'm doing advertising.
No, you did do cocaine.
I did advertising.
You did a lot of cocaine,
Shot
and
of
you're addicted to
advertising.
cocaine.
I'm addicted to advertising.
No, you're addicted to cocaine.
Okay.
You're an addict, Sam.
And then he's mad at me, and he's like,
What did you say in return against me?
I didn't say anything. I think she's mad at you because you did Coke. And he was blaming me for that, and he was kind of like threatening me in these weird ways, like, and he's saying really harsh things, and he's sort of accusing me of things I haven't done. I didn't say you wrapped around her. She was wrapped around your finger.
Your film did.
And he says,
your mythology's dead.
No, he says,
your mythology is a violent mythology.
Well, more like this.
Your mythology is a violent mythology.
Well, he said all kinds of shit. But, and Eleanor is like,
Sam, the only person being violent right now is you.
Which was true. And she kind of was able to sort of calm him down and sort of escort him out. Oh, I forgot one thing. Aziz had said to me that he needed, well, okay, so Dustin, who was playing Aziz, fell in love with a German woman, and he's moving to Germany. So he can't be in any episodes until they break up or move back or whatever. I need someone else to play Aziz.
I don't want anybody else to play me. I want Dustin.
I want him too, but he's in Germany.
Well, why can't you just play me on Skype?
I don't know. I think that's too weird.
Well, it's no weirder than anything else on the show.
But anyway, Aziz, what was I saying? Aziz, Mandy, Eleanor. Oh yeah, Aziz told me.
You need to get everybody to sign a release form.
Because I haven't been doing that. And so I was like, okay.
I want to sign it.
Well, you gotta sign it or I can't use any of this footage. And he kind of signed just like a scribble, illegible scribble, kind of like a fuck you signing.
There you go.
And then he took it back, and he was like,
I don't want to fucking sign this, man. Why should I sign this?
I don't know, Sam. Do whatever you want.
Sign it. There you go.
And I'm just thinking, never again. I don't ever want to deal with you again. I'm never going to put you in another episode again. But then here I am telling this story. So Sam and Elaine are left, and they ended up running into Mandy and the kids.
Hey!
Hi, hey you guys. Hi.
Let me give you a hug.
Thank you. Hi.
So I just want you to know, I'm not mad at you at all.
Are you sure? I would be mad at you.
No, I am mad at Kaveh.
Me too. Yeah. Yes, I know, that jerk.
We should hang out sometime.
I would love to hang out. Hey. This is Sam, by the way. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, no, we met.
Yeah.
Hi, Mandy. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm sure you're okay. I mean, you're married to a fucking dick.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to curse, but the dialectic that your fucking husband sets up in his fucking movie is that this all-powerful Eleanor character, right? So amazing, he has to shoot the reaction shot. It's wrapped around my fucking finger, my 2015, my fucking finger.
Yeah. Okay.
Bullshit.
Right.
Bullshit.
Right.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
He is a big fan. He
So
watched
is
all of Kaveh's work. The
David
entire...
Mark Chapman, but I'm a big fan.
Who's David Mark Chapman?
He's the guy that shot John Lennon.
Oh. Huh. Yeah. That's weird. All right.
Right, I can see you guys later.
All right, that's okay.
All right. If you need a babysitter.
Mandy, all right. See you.
Bye.
See you later. Why would you say that?
Why would I say what?
Why would you mention David Mark Chapman?
Hey, Elaine, what's going on?
Hey, Kaveh. How are you?
I'm good. What's happening?
I just got out of a meeting with Human Relations at New School, and they had sent me an email because apparently someone had complained about our sequence in the show about the show where we're smoking pot together. So they showed a clip at the meeting, and they basically asked me if it was real pot, and if you brought the pot in, and if you sort of like made us smoke pot on camera, and they were just kind of trying to see if you were sort of like manipulating us into
Into smoking pot?
yeah,
Okay.
smoking pot, and and was that real weed when you did reenact the smoking? And I was like, yeah, that's a joint. But they asked about the coke, and I wasn't expecting that, so I lied.
What'd you tell them?
I told them that basically we kind of fictionalized the whole thing and kind of used Sam's sort of drug addiction to sort of like, play up his character, that there wasn't any coke at our apartment.
And why did you do that?
I just thought, coke is more serious than weed, so maybe you might get in trouble more. So yeah, I was just trying to cover up. But then, they also told me not to tell you.
Rolling, and give it a clap.
So, after episode 3 came out, I got a call from Yelen, my student whom I had gotten stoned with on camera in episode 3.
I shouldn't do this.
So I just got out of a meeting with Human Relations at New School.
Was it Professor Zahidi's idea to smoke the marijuana?
No, it was my idea. We had just finished shooting the episode, and I rolled a joint for Jasmine and I, and offered him a hit.
And Professor Zahidi smoked the marijuana.
Yeah.
And then you reenacted the scene by smoking real marijuana again for the following episode.
That's correct.
And they also interrogated Jasmine.
So did you watch all 3 episodes? Because the second episode was quite explicit.
And then I found out that another one of my students, Stefan, who was helping with the editing, was also contacted.
I wasn't even there when you guys were smoking pot.
And then I got an email.
Dear Professor Zahidi, and I have received a complaint about your involvement in an episodic show that includes your students. We would like to discuss this with you at your earliest convenience.
So I'm just like, man, I could get fired for this.
I just like, my mind is racing, and then I'm like, Mandy is gonna freak out when I tell her.
Are you kidding me? You are always threatening our family's livelihood.
If I don't push the envelope at least a little bit, no one's gonna watch the show.
That's not a little bit. You don't know what a little bit is.
Well, it needs to be a little bit more than a little bit.
This is serious. You need a lawyer.
So I called my lawyer friend, Asher, who's married to Brooke, this actress that I'd cast to play my ex-wife in a scene we shot for episode 4. Action? But it didn't come out very well. You know, I wanted to get a wig to look younger, and I had a wig from a previous film I'd made, but I couldn't find the wig. It was in the basement in our cage, and Mandy is a big hoarder. She doesn't throw anything away, and we were running late for the shoot, and I couldn't find the wig, and I looked everywhere, and I took the whole thing apart, and so then we decided, okay, I'll just buy a wig. So we sent Peter to go get a wig, and it was like an African-American wig store, so he got me this really huge afro wig, and I thought, oh, this is too big, maybe I should trim it. But I didn't listen to my instinct, because everyone was saying,
It's funny. It's funny.
it's funny. Anyway, I hate it when I don't listen to myself, but I didn't. So we do the scene, and it was too big, it looked stupid. And a lot of people said, you know,
You look ridiculous.
You look like a woman.
You look like an idiot.
So we cut it out of episode 4. But anyway, I called Asher to ask him for legal advice. Meanwhile, I needed to convince Sam to act in episode 4, but I was worried that he wasn't going to want to reenact what had happened during the making of the previous episode.
My fucking finger, my 2015, my fucking finger.
So Sam had been trying to get me to help him with his film that he wants to make. And he came over and really late at night, and he was on drugs, and he was drunk, and...
Hey, do you have a laptop?
Yeah.
Could we watch it on the stoop? Smoke a cigarette?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then I watched his film, and there were really good things about it, but whenever I'd make a suggestion, he would he didn't want to hear it.
I see what you're saying, but you don't see what I'm saying, because I'm your successor, and by definition, you can't understand what I'm doing.
Okay, well, if you don't want to hear it, then why are you asking me to watch it? And, you know, the reason is because he didn't really care about my feedback, I don't think. I think he really just wanted me to love it and help him get it made. Which, you know, I understand, but I didn't love it. I mean, I liked a lot of it, but it was too long, and it seemed too in love with its own every thought, and there were mosquitoes, kept getting bit. And after a couple of hours, like reading the script and dealing with him, and I just was like, you know what, I don't want to help him anymore. I wanted to help him, and I didn't want to help him anymore, because it was just like, wasn't worth it. And he felt like he wasn't being sensitive to my needs. I had to go to bed. I kind of got to get up early to teach.
Do you have any food?
And that's my issue. Like when people don't see me, whether it's Mandy or Sam or anybody, like I feel really upset, because that's, I guess, I felt as a kid with my parents. I basically didn't want to help him after that, and he sort of kept trying to talk me into it, and he kept coming over.
Hi.
Hey.
Bad time?
And he wanted to borrow my phone to ask this producer I know for money.
There's an ROI in place. I have to get a restaurant job because I live with my fucking dad.
So get a restaurant job.
And he's the other investor with my mom. My mom and daddy are the investors. You're gonna get your fucking money back.
And then he wrote me an email and said, and I was just like, you know, if you need me to write you a letter of recommendation to your mother, I think that's not gonna help, really. She doesn't even know who I am. It's like ridiculous. But I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything for a while, and then I just wrote. And then he wrote back an angry-ish sounding email, like, so I was just like, okay, fine, I'm not dealing with this guy. But then I need him to act in the show in episode 3, so I was like, hey Sam, it's Kaveh calling. Just calling to see if you'd be open to acting in episode 3. Give me a call. Hope all's well. Bye. So he called me back, And he was mad.
You wouldn't even write a letter to my mom.
So anyway, we got into an argument.
Why don't you give me money then?
Sam, I don't have any money.
Sure you do.
Sam, I can't pay my credit card bills. My credit card keeps getting cut off because I can't pay my bills. I have all the student loan debt still, and even if I had some money, why would I give it to you? I can't even, I need it for my own films.
But, he's got this entitled thing where, like, he's a genius, everyone should give him money, and I used to be that way too, so I understand it, and I'm actually sympathetic, but I'm not there anymore, and I can't give him my family's money for a film I don't even like.
Look, if you don't want to do it, don't do it, okay? I can give you $100 to act in it. If that's not enough, fine. Don't do it.
So he basically threatened to quit.
Okay, fine, quit. I'll get someone else to play you.
So he hangs up on me. And then he calls me back after a few minutes, and he says,
okay, I'll do it.
So Sam comes over to shoot episode 3.
Can you pay me back for that Coke I bought?
You bought Coke?
Yeah, for the shot.
And what happened later that night was what I needed him to reenact for episode 4.
No, you're addicted to cocaine. You're an addict, Sam.
The problem was that Sam wasn't crazy about how he was being portrayed in the show.
Me being a dick.
And he insisted that I show him a cut of the new episode before agreeing to act in it. And before he snorts the Coke, he throws it in the toilet and flushes it.
It's a dead mythology, man. Drugs, no, I'm not going to subscribe to drug use on camera. Drugs are for stockbrokers, not artists.
You don't want to do it?
No.
And I was like, oh, what a fucking asshole. Like,
It's the only way I could have looked more like an asshole. Like, the only way I could have looked more like an asshole than doing coke in general is that. All right, go ahead.
I was a little scared of what he could do in that altered state. Anyway,
What?
Sam and Elena were leaving.
The scene of me shouting at him is him trying to get a frightening reaction shot and me shouting accordingly. That might have been the third take of me shouting at you.
I know.
I know you know, which is begging a larger conversation that I don't even know if I have to have with you.
Andy was a little spooked by his energy, and she was a little scared of him because
Andy
he
was
was,
spooked.
coked out and angry at me. Anyway, so this is episode 4, and
What character am I playing now? You have to do away with me in this episode one way or another, or I'm playing a Night Stalker for an unknown energy the rest of this 3 episodes about Brooklyn filmmaking. What I was thinking is if anyone kills you for any other reasons, I'm on the hook for it. That thought occurred to me with novelty and then without novelty. I need a cigarette.
Sure.
Want to go out on the stoop, or is that too?
So let's talk about the show.
Yeah.
So you okay with it?
Am I okay with what?
With what we're doing.
so anyway, I agreed to double his salary.
All right, David Mark Chapman. Yeah, whatever you need.
Okay. But anyway, I started getting all these comments from fans on YouTube. So I asked the fans if they would record the comments that they wrote and send them to me for this episode.
3, 2, I'm into it. This is fantastic, truly fantastic.
Amazing.
Fresh. This kind of blew me away.
This is so good, OMG.
I love it.
Amazing.
Congrats on having big balls, Kaveh.
Really funny.
I love that it's so meta.
The show is genius.
Give Kaveh all your money and let him make great shows.
And then I got an email from another fan who told me,
I was watching your TV show, and it made me realize that I was being dishonest with someone that I care very much about. And this huge lump, it developed on my thigh, and I believe that it had to do with some kind of blocked energy. And the person I was being dishonest with also loves you, and that he loves your work. And we watched your show again together, and we were able to look at each other and to tell each other that maybe we shouldn't be together anymore. And the lump went away. But it was because of your honesty that you showed that allowed me to be honest. And I just wanted you to know that I love you and that I exist. And I thank you tremendously for what you're doing and your work.
There were also negative comments.
The way you humiliate and degrade your wife in this show is just pathetic. It's disgusting. You bring up her mother's suicide, clearly against her wishes, and then you talk about her resulting feelings of abandonment. Then you go about talking about how you might leave her just because you're not getting any sex right now. It's sad, it's pathetic, it's wrong, it's not any way to treat a human being, and you do it all for your own aggrandizement, your own TV show, as if you have no talent and nothing to bring to your art other than the manipulation of your own wife, who's clearly in a vulnerable place. So this isn't a dialogue, okay? This isn't a back and forth. I don't want to hear from you. I just want you to know that I fucking hate you.
And then IndieWire film critic Eric Cohn picked The Show About the Show as one of the top 10 shows of 2015.
Hilarious, strange, and often boundary-pushing in its exploration of creative ambition. It's also wonderfully inventive and one of the most intriguing surprises of the fall. So your relationship to your wife is laid out in really revealing terms on the show. Is there anything that she just won't do?
Well, this new episode, there was a scene where I wanted her to reenact a blowjob. And so she's giving me a blowjob.
I will not be giving you a blowjob on camera.
Not a real blowjob, like a fake one.
I'm not going to give you a fake one either. I'll eat a banana if you want.
So it's like a metaphor?
Exactly. Could you do it a little more like a real blowjob?
I'm just going to eat it.
So anyway, she was reenacting a scene in which she offered me a blowjob, which was something that hadn't happened in a long time. But then she interrupted it.
Do you mind if I stop doing this for a second?
Okay.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, we can resume later. You don't have to do it all right now.
Well, I'm so annoyed at my boss right now. She's like, tells me not to talk to anybody in New York, and she's like, you work for me.
So we talked about this other thing for a while, and I was, trying to listen and be sensitive, but then she just went on for like an hour. So I was like, can we finish the blowjob now?
Can we do this tomorrow?
Manny, come on. Like, you said we would resume later.
I'm just so tired right now. Let's do it after
Manny,
sleeping.
this always happens. You always do this.
Fine. You want one now? I'll finish. Go. Let's do this.
No, I don't want it anymore. I wanted it before, but like now, I don't want it.
To be continued tomorrow.
Going to bed? You really going to bed?
So she's okay with you revealing the intimate details of your sex life?
I mean, she has like a love-hate relationship with the show.
I'm not sure I want to be filmed right now. Actually, let me rephrase. I don't want to be filmed right now. I want the camera off.
But then sometimes she really gets into it. Can you make that more blowjobby? Yeah, that's the way.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was imagining.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, good. She also likes the popularity that comes from being on the show. For example, our neighbors love the show.
It's got big screen potential.
We're obsessed with the show.
Can I be on the show, please?
It's really inappropriate. I like it.
So it's made them a lot nicer to her than they used to be.
You gotta puff hard at this one.
Really puff hard because the smoke's going away.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
I love you guys, by the way.
We love you too.
So anyway, after the IndieWire interview came out, I got a call from this producer in LA, and he'd made a lot of shows and movies. He produced Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I love the show. It's fabulous. Would you be open to me shopping it around to a bigger network?
Then I get an email from someone in Amsterdam who says they're a big fan of the show and they want to fly me out to Amsterdam to do an episode there. Interesting. I'm not sure how that would work though. Like every episode is about the making of the previous episode, so how would that make any sense? But so anyway, the more people said nice things about the show, the more self-conscious I got and the more afraid I became to lose whatever small amount of recognition I'd achieved. So I started getting really obsessive and I really wanted episode 4 to not be a disappointment after episode 3. So I just started shooting and reshooting and I just was I was
was going crazy, really.
What's taking so long?
I know it's confusing because Dustin was in Germany, but he's back just for a little trip. So I filmed him. But then Aziz told me that...
That doesn't make any sense. He's supposed to be in Germany.
So I just wanted to say that. He's going back to Germany to be with his girlfriend. It's just temporary.
What's taking so long?
Do you want it fast or do you want it good?
Fast.
Even the fans were starting to complain.
When is episode 4 airing?
Where the heck is the new stuff?
It's February 8th. When does it hit?
So I finally put together a cut, and I showed it to a few people.
Who do you think you are, man? Larry fucking David? Cut the episode down. It's too long.
The show isn't even about the show anymore. It's like a reality TV show about some dysfunctional couple.
I think you should cut out the masturbation stuff.
There were all these scenes that I was in love with, that I worked really hard on, and I ended up cutting them all out. But there was one scene that I just didn't want to cut out.
You can't say, so I paid for Coke. You've got to cut that out.
Why?
Because you say you bought Coke on camera.
I didn't say I bought Coke. I said I paid for the Coke that he bought.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not. He bought the Coke. I don't even do Coke. I was just reimbursing him for the Coke that he bought.
Yeah, you paid for the Coke. You bought Coke. You could go to jail for that.
So I was like, should I take it out? I don't want to take it out. I like that line a lot. So I paid for the Coke. Anyway, she storms off. And then she tells me the next day that she was crying all night and couldn't sleep because she was so worried about this line in the show. And she was like,
please take it out.
I can't take it out. Now that you got so upset about it, I got to reenact this moment for the next episode.
You said you were going to call a lawyer, did you?
I did, but he didn't call me back.
So call him again.
So I called this other lawyer that I worked with before. So I made another film in which I got in trouble with the government of the United Arab Emirates. And, you know, there was this threat of a fatwa. They tried to ban my movie, and he had defended it. And I asked him for help, and he was like,
How do they know it was real pot?
well, my student admitted it was...
How does your student know it was real pot?
Because we got high?
How does he know it contained THC? Maybe it was something else in there that got you high.
I'm not sure they'll go for that argument.
My point is, they can't prove it, and the burden of proof is on them.
Oh.
In any case, we need to nip this in the bud. We should threaten to countersue.
On what grounds?
Discrimination.
So I'm like, yeah, it is discrimination. It's discrimination against people who smoke pot. I mean, drugs are a human right. They're a birthright. I mean, it's a civil right. It is. It's like, you know, segregation was wrong. It was a bad law. Rosa Parks, you know, had to break the law to change the law. And like, I have to break the marijuana laws to show that the laws are ridiculous, which they are.
I don't think I would use that argument at all.
I think you just make the argument that it's fiction.
If I were you, I would just maybe start thinking about other jobs.
So the day finally arrives, and I walk into the meeting.
Thank you for coming in.
Oh, my pleasure.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
You want any water?
No, I'm good, thank you. So I thought I'd start off with some small talk. I like your earrings.
Oh, thank you. I made them, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. It's very hard to get these stones now, but beautiful. I think they mined whatever was left.
And then they got down to business.
We received a sexual harassment complaint, so we had no choice but to investigate.
I'm sorry, do you say a sexual harassment complaint?
Yes, the email claimed you were forcing students to have sex on camera against their will.
Excuse me?
We realized after watching your show that the sexual harassment complaint was unfounded, but we are concerned about your decision to smoke marijuana with your students on camera.
Got it.
We are here to say that there's a public document out there showing you in illegal behavior with students, and we find that kind of troubling.
Okay.
We're all for faculty doing interesting things in the world,